Athletes are always challenging themselves to get better. You've seen this in all sports. Esports is no exception. You can never predict the outcome. The only thing you can control is how ready you are. Over and over, players adapt, trying to improve, fighting hard for every percent gained. Give everything you've got to the challenge and show your finest. Bring your best out. Strive for perfection. It's our goal too.
Don't leave me all alone. This battle's a lonely one.
building side, park the car, and then come and scout. Now they're in a position for those nades to maybe even trickle on the side of it. That one's an absolute melter. Lou, dead, gone. Gen G, the rest of them are here in abundance, and they're pushing. Now, VP's out of it. He actually hits the tree by Ruzen. Only concern, they wouldn't have this information, and totally understandable why. But they want to clean out in front of them. If they have to eventually work their way from this compound, it has to be safe. So the job is now try and remove as many players as possible while it's a little bit quiet. While this circle's here, Fergus, explosion, the gas can clips him. He goes down. There's a second one there as well. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. The bombardment will continue. Besto, Orange, all the utility is being launched towards... Hasn't gone down just yet, but he has been a nuisance to try and distract two Tiamba members. This has allowed Sonic somehow to breach. What? They've split them. They've completely split Tiamba apart. Shrimzy, instant one onto Linsham. Mine goes down in response. Shrimzy still looking. M200 hiding and trying to get away from the fight. I'm going to be honest, this has been a shock tactic. They did not anticipate this whatsoever. They've been completely split by focusing on Hate Twin down low. Sonics have just dismantled Tiamba, and it comes down to Lorena. In a 1 versus 3, what really can you do? North America is stepping up to the plate. This is game 1. Yes, there's still players in the bag and still possibilities of a 3 versus 1, but surely they should shut this down.
Coming in close. Silson forced out of the vehicle. Ike's left. I don't think either of these two players would have wanted to take this fight here, but now they have. So Silson caught in the open. He does find one. Wigan is there to help. Millpool's down as well. Petricool tried to make the rotation going forward, but they're fighting 2 teams right now.
This is an absolute mess. 3 teams all just find each other towards this ditch side. And you said this was really the last chance to find any real position within this circle before going onto that open plateau. Instead, it just turns into a complete barn burner, and everyone just starts to kick the living hell out of one another. 16th place for Petrichor. Row T1 also staring down that barrel. Starlord is forced to run away from the fires. Falls for a moment. Ooh, the smoke. Oh, no. It just missed him. But all 3 of them will just push in to try and collapse these final players of E36. Remember you. Oh! Wow. Drop. Trims it straight out of the window, lands on his head and puts him dead to rights. And remember, again, this is just, it's all against the blue. That's the bigger problem. Navi's heard all this and just waiting to scrape up these last points. The question is, how much realize that this is the way that they die, and rather the blue take... Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, headshot comes through as well, so maybe a second follow-up here. Ling Du goes down. Now Panic Station. They're trying to unfold here. VP, they've retreated. They've got 2 out, but out of the smoke they come. It's time for Ling Du to step it down and shut this down once and for all. They've managed to get away with murder. If they can pick up any frag point, the transfer, that is phenomenal. Do they do this? Summer,
yes, 3 bullets.
It's a 1 versus 1. Batulin's on the bottom side. Summer begins to wrap. So far, he's played phenomenal in this round. He knows where Batulin's is. A little bit hurt on either side with the flashbang coming up and the nade going out. Batulin's doesn't realize he's moved to his left-hand side. He's sending the sniffer dog in front of him. The downed player might be able to find it, but they've made so much of this. No! Town is spotted instantly, and again, this is just going to be like kill feed casting. This will be manic, this will be messy, this will be all kinds of disastrous for many teams. It's really all about how many players you can bring in and metagaming.
With the mini as well, great shot there. Wow! Anonix drive-by now attempting to take down. Oh, that he does succeed! That's one thing that these Gen G players have really been doing great, is the drive-by. Snakers, though, has an immediate response. Esther did find Rello, so Snakers is all that's left alive now. 4-0. Gen G, still 2 players up. PO, solid attack coming in. Snakers down to low HP. There was a nade thrown forward. No damage done. PO wraps around the side. That nade is going to be a bit too far, but he does get the kill.
TXG just can IQ 9000 this and swim to the other side behind Rossog, because that falls completely off behind Rossog and you can't be seen. That nade is absolutely picture perfect. Oh my word.
Oh, as well. On the flip side of that, Na'Vi trying to make the run on forward. Mammal throws one orange down. Now they know exactly where Bestlock is. That nade is going to seal the deal. That nade just a bit too far. Mings doesn't want to push around the back. I like that. Use your teammates where you have them. Now he is going to make the run forward. Molly's going to isolate him. He's going to take him down. Balefrost does find one. That's M200 going down, and now Snaker is the last player from behind. Has to try and see if he can make a play. Finds one with the drive-by. Will try and take him out in the end of it, but no! Lorena!
The engagement here and giving the backup that he needs. It's a bit of a domino effect here because honestly, I'm not entirely sure who's going to strike first. Never mind, I'll shut up. It's actually E36 who will strike.
We'll see now, trying to make his way forward. He knows he's running against time, not only against the circle, but also there could be Reds coming in. Ike spot in the open, goes for a shot and return, but Lingdu
Changes up to which player Tickleton is going to be going after, but instantly there is a response, comes back from Mert. Spots him at distance and he is confirmed. They're going for the full send here. It's a little bit sketchy though. That's not the greatest play in the world to be hitting that when one player's directly above you. It comes down to H-Win. Last man standing. Nothing. Loki's just driving in. Day trade. Comes flying over and goes flying out.
Well, if you're gonna go down, you might as well make a show of it, and that sure was a great attempt at that as possible. Let's see now. Oh, here they come, full speed forward. The former Kingpin dip now with more cover, but still to be fought for. Evilly trying to hold up. He's gonna go down as well. 2 people down on that team. They're trying to full speed send it through. Balefrost finds one as well. 2 left alive on the team. Him and Pat Capital trying to do damage here, and they're taking casualties all over the place. Lingdu holds off, but he falls, and trying to hold them out. We'll see now. In the meantime, Petra Court currently sitting in second place. They're at forward from Mings. What a shot coming through from him.
That is an absolute blinder of a drop shot on transition comes through. Petrichor Road is back that up with a win, and this has been a monumental game for Day Trade. 2 are going to wrap low. Vehicles are in abundance. He's given up the final position. If they didn't make note of where he was previously, they must absolutely, certainly, surely do now. And Nautica says, you know what? Full send, job done.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're around the world. Welcome back to the PUBG Global Invitational.S. My name is Tavis. I'm joined by Avenged Godspeed as we get ready to kick off a final day of play here in the weekly final. A massive amount of money on the line, $300,000 for first place, and even almost double that if you consider crowdfunding. So these teams have very tall orders and a difficult road ahead. We'll get right into it. We're going to go over schedule and standings to give you everything that you guys need to know to get started today. But the basic walkaway, Martin, is it is 5 games that could potentially change these players' lives.
Yeah, for sure. Financially, this could put some of these guys in a very, very comfortable spot for the rest of their lives. And yesterday, you could really see that there were some guys that were extremely hungry for this. MCG, Petrocor Road versus Pro Gen G, they made a run for it and actually put themselves quite far ahead of our bottom 8. And like especially like if you're outside the top 10 right now, you need to have a banger of a day if you want to have any sort of chance to get into the top 4.
So you see the payout on the screen right there. We are in week 5. It says 300, 150, 75, 75. I am bad at math. I know Martin has been paying attention to this. So Martin, estimate with the crowdfunding included, what do those prizes actually become?
700K for first, 350 plus minus for second, and about 200 for third and fourth.
So when we say life-changing money, we definitely mean it. Now, to get there, you have to win. And only the top 4 spots pay, Godspeed. MCG is at 52, but there are a lot of teams who are in striking distance.
Yeah, MCG is indeed at 52, but as you said, they don't have this cushion to where they can just kind of coast, right? They still very much have to play their game. And if they have any really bad games, that's actually going to open the door for any of the teams, I'd say all the way down to 9th place to really kind of open the door for themselves to try to get in. Sonics as well are also in there as T1. But Oath and a Freak of Freaks are kind of the story for me today. Both teams had really, really unsuccessful days yesterday. Obviously, the 5 games did not go their way. Their point average was poor, and they both of those teams know that they're going to have at least 1, if not 2, really big games if they even want to be in the money.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a little more into them and exactly what happened, because that is 7 points after 5 games is absolutely brutal. And so we can break that down. I think there is some important things we have to talk about. First off, remember we did our picks yesterday, so I want to remind everyone that Godspeed picked the Sonics, who are currently in 10th place as their team to win. Martin picked Gen G, who is currently in 4th place, and the host picked VP, that is in 3rd. We're just going to throw that out there. You know, people probably want to know. But I do want to talk about some of these teams. I think, Martin, there's something to be said about the headspace and the struggle that comes with playing for this much money in such a high-stress scenario. VP is in 3rd place, and Batulin was on Twitter yesterday saying, somebody teach me how to IGL. How do I make better choices? I'm losing this for my team. He is 8 points behind the leader. Explain to me, or I'm sorry, 9. Explain to me this mentality, and how do you fight past that as a player?
Well, this is something that these guys have not been used to in such a high degree, right? Because this is a skill that takes learning, takes mastering. You know, when you see poker pros at tables, there's bluffing going on. There's reading going on. Meanwhile, you have to go through it with almost zero emotion, right? Because this is something, there's so much money in life-changing money for some of these guys, especially some of these guys coming in to, you know, WPT and some of this kind of different stuff. So it's a skill to master. This emotion, this kind of confusion and all these things coming into this is a skill, and this takes time to learn. And this is some of the first time in a long time, and even the first time for some of these guys that they come into a LAN tournament and play for millions of dollars.
Yeah, and it's stressful. Godspeed, for those who are watching this morning, we did finish the last redemption round of play, and Gex doesn't even have a shot to play for next week. So, you know, that I don't know, the stress level, the criticalness of these games is mounting rapidly.
It is, and to kind of bounce off of Martin, I think it's a hunger, right? You have a player like Batulins who has, I think, done a phenomenal job so far of leading that team or helped be a leadership figure. Still finding that, you know, they're making some mistakes here or there and potentially blaming that. I don't really think that's Batulins' fault, man. I just think that's the nature of the beast, and because of how competitive this field is, there's not always going to be the right call, right? Or there may not even be a great call to make. You just have to kind of hope to go through one of the teams and survive. So it's grueling, man. And I think Batulins is just, he's hungry and he really wants it. And so he's just kind of, you know, he's just speaking his mind like, damn, what decision can I make? What could we have done better? Like, could I have made a better call here? So yeah, there's going to be a lot of that going on between the heads of all the PUBG players here.
You know, and let's go take a look at a couple of sharpshooters, some fun stats to go over. I know that you're the stat king, so I'll turn it over to you here.
Yeah, so looking at this, obviously, shots to upper body in general, head, torso is fantastic, leg, and like others, arm, bad things. So this is a really good position here. 25% headshots. It looks like from it's all shots that have kind of been hit. So 65% of head and torso is fantastic. Like the reason you would be hitting, you know, arms, legs is because you maybe hit shots that is long distance, long range, or you have bullet drop and other stuff like that. So this is really impressive to see, and 70% from Kumaga as well is fantastic.
It is, and I would assume that Tank has a little less arm hit because he kills them so fast there's no time to turn and try to run away, whereas you start going sometimes you try to get out of there. But I think mentality was an interesting talk. We'll take a look back at some of the biggest highlights specifically from those two top healers that we saw on the spreadsheet just a minute ago. But I watched an interview with Ibiza and James last night, or actually read an interview with Ibiza and James last night, Martin. And great interview, but in it, Ibiza alluded to the fact that their middle drops aren't as good as they used to be because teams are braver, they drop closer, rotations aren't open anymore. And in a lot of ways, like, this is insanely difficult because the regional collapse, basically all these different groups together, have made it so there is no space left on the map.
Right, so the density in general, when we come into tournaments where you have insane amounts of money on the line and the skill gap is so much smaller, the density is simply so high that at phase 4, phase 3, there's just not enough space. So you have to start fighting there. So when you're doing middle drops, especially when you're prioritizing having center spots with a 2-2 split and stuff like that, it is going to be so much harder because you're going to have more teams that is going to be calling out your bluffs in the 2-2 split, for example. So you're going to have more teams that is going to figure out that is going to be saying, you know, okay, these guys it's one guy, two guys, or they know they're already so good at reading the kill feed. They know that you maybe already lost a guy in an early fight or something like that. They're going to already have predicted and calculated that into their breach while driving, basically. So they're gonna be like, okay, who's shooting here, like this compound, and all this like gathering of information is so much better at this level. Like, it's insane. Like, all these teams, they will know exactly who's knocked, like exactly who's been killed, what team is where based on kill feed and sound, and what guns they're using. All this information is available if you're active, if you're not being passive on an edge. So if you're in a center location, it's gonna be known.
Let's take a quick look. We saw out performances yesterday. Get a little bit of a feel for who's doing what right now. These are the kill counts. Take me through this chart just a little bit, Godspeed.
Well, looking at the kill counts here, Vanatica had obviously a very good day, and so did Genji. I mean, sitting in 4th place, not doing too poorly at all for themselves. I feel like today will be a Genji day, even though I didn't pick them, and I'm still sticking with my pick for Sonics. Just the way that they were starting to warm up, we saw them take really aggressive stances on some of the edges, and then we saw PO do the classic PO thing, which is take like a really aggressive off angle, and I feel like that's going to work for them here as well. But Day Trade, yeah, again, a team that has impressed so much over the course of this event, and they continue to do so.
Very, very, very fun to see. I think Day Trade is one of those teams that has been quietly gaining steam. I know a lot of people sort of wrote them off, but they're impressive. They're sitting in 8th place right now. Another team that has, I think, surprised some people right now, Martin, is Tiamba. They're in 7th place, 33 points. Can they win this week off 5 games? It's a tall order, but definitely easily top 4 material.
Yeah, for sure. And they're sitting on 23 kills. They're out of the 33 points. It's 22 of those is coming from kills. So they're definitely able to frag out. I want to see some more decision making in terms of putting them into spots where they get 4 guys alive, where they, because if they're 4 guys alive into late game, they will start rolling with it, and their momentum gain is quite impressive. They have 2 14th places yesterday. One was 7 kills, which is actually a really good salvage game, but the other one was with 1. So I want to see them continue to do so.
You bring up this bring 4 to the final, like the last couple circles, and everything goes much better. 2 other teams that seem to be struggling with that in different ways. Godspeed Oath can't seem to get 4 to the end game, despite sometimes getting there, and Sonics sometimes just loses 4 on their way to the end game pretty early on. Talk to me about one of these 2 or both.
Yeah, Sonics, for example, you're right. They actually just got wiped early twice. They didn't really get to play 2 of the games. So they won the first game, which looked great at the start, but then they had 2 really, really poor games. And then Oath, their problem is kind of the same one that they've had over the course of the event, and that's just they get picked apart. They lose a member here or there in rotation. By the time they get to circle 4 or 5, there's only 1 or 2 of them left, and I'll be honest, heroically, they have some pretty decent salvages, each one of them. It's not always just one player. Sometimes it's Snaker, sometimes it's Pat. But yeah, they just can't seem to get towards the end game with more than 2 players. And they've even won games with that, but I would love to see them just make it to the end game with at least 3 to 4, because that's really when Oath is obviously incredibly strong. Their team fight and mechanics are still top tier.
Yeah, it seems like Oath is dying by 1,000 cuts, whereas Sonics is often just losing their guts in one shot. Let's talk about this new drive-by meta, Martin. There's 2 things that have emerged over the last couple of months. A, the newest thing, shooting people out of cars. In fact, we saw that with the Code Marco highlight. Code Marco took a shot at the Sonics and then hid behind a tree as they drove up and did not re-engage until he heard the car kind of come to a stop. How is that impacting the way that these events, these tournaments, these games are played?
Well, so meta changes in terms of gunplay is always crazy. We've seen it, with the barrel buff. Everybody starts playing barrel. Now it's been balanced a little bit more again, but it's still a strong gun. It's still a kind of preferred gun, especially close range, because its time to kill is so low, and it's just stretch in general. But with drive-by meta, the thing is right now is that these players are so good at controlling aim, and they're so good at controlling kind of how they predict where the vehicles go and how the whole game works, is that they can solo drive-by, they can multiple drive-by, and the gun is so much more stable right now that when you move, it's only when you move your aim that moves, right? And the car is much more stable. And especially when you're driving by, especially if somebody else is driving for you, or if you're switching seats, if you shoot at a standing still target and they have to stand still to even try to shoot at you, they're not going to run and gun, right? You're going to be a moving target while doing drive-by, and you're going to be shooting at a standing still target while your prediction of your aim prediction is going to be based on the vehicle that you're driving or is in already. So it's going to be much easier to hit a target when you have such a stable aim. So this is one of the reasons why it's kind of a hot take and a hot topic. And a lot of the players are calling for, revert the changes or going back to where it's much harder. And even back in the day, I think K-Mind was probably one to kind of popularize it, because it was called K-minding back in the day, when he was one of the first guys to do it a lot. And it was quite impressive, and more players adapted it. And even before they kind of buffed to it, a lot of players was able to do it. It was much more impressive than it is now, because now the aim is so stable that you would be expected to win a drive-by over a guy standing still, because your aim is so stable in the car, and you're a moving target and the guy standing still is a standing still target. So that is one of the reasons of drive-by being kind of a hot topic right now.
Right. Well, it also just to bounce off that, Steve, it just completely changes the dynamic of crashing as well. If you think about it, what Martin was saying, before, you would just kind of crouch down and spray a vehicle coming at you, but you can't do that now because they're stationary, because of the way that the seat swap works. Crashing is now much more viable, and we see it all the time. Teams are very aggressive now with vehicles, so it's definitely changed the landscape of how the game's been played so far, especially here.
It has made a massive change. Also, you know, we've talked about Battlegrounds as well. Martin just brought that up, the adoption of a new gun. Essentially, it's not a new gun, but for the first time, the barrel has become in use more than most of the other ARs. Do you think, real quick, Godspeed, players who didn't adapt to that are hurting their team?
I wouldn't necessarily say that they're hurting their team, but they're definitely missing out on a big part of the meta, right? The barrel is just that gun.
So we'll see if that gun makes a huge impact as the first match of the day, match number 6 of our weekly final, gets underway. A big shout out to Zowie, Toomey, Perrier, and Intel for making it possible with $700,000 on the line for first place when you include crowdfunding. This is a big game, and we called in the big voices to cover it. It is Sims and Toby.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, indeed. Welcome one, welcome all. It's a beautiful Sunday. It's a championship Sunday, and we have to crown a winner. $300,000 for first place on the line, Toby. This is it. Like, once you win this, if you win this, you're at the top of the table going into grand finals.
Not only that, but if you win this, you're the only team that can possibly go out and win the whole tournament without winning next week. Although that would still require that you get second place. So if you win today, there's a chance you might be able to win it without winning the final week. But we'll see who that's going to be 5 games from now. I mean, with how the leaderboard is looking right now, there are some teams that looked really good yesterday. But as we've kind of been alluding to, and as the desk has been talking about in the past as well, that really good day one has oftentimes, in this tournament at least, been followed by a somewhat mediocre day two.
Well, I mean, yeah, there is that when we kind of look at the overarching thing, whether that's people resting on their laurels a little bit too much, and I don't know. It's hard to kind of describe when you look at this with the player's mindset going into it. Maybe they get a bit relaxed. It's like, okay, we got these
I love this. It's the final day. 5 games left. Why not start off with a good one, you know? It can only get better from here, Sims. It can only get better from here.
That's a spanner in the works. I mean, I don't even know what to say. Well, this is Welcome to Championship Sunday, right? There is nothing else to be said.
Yeah.
That is an absolutely insane circle. To start off the run for these players on a day like today, like, talk about giving them hell in a cell. There is less than 50% playable land in Circle 1. That is complete madness. And there is, like, the tiniest of possibilities. It's a small opportunity. It is a minuscule window. But if all the shifts keep going down to the south, we get the Broken Island in the middle. Like,
could you imagine?
We need the hardest of hard shifts down to the south to try and even bring this into focus. But my word, imagine if that does happen next.
And the thing is, even if it doesn't, I mean, you just said it, right? We got pretty much only half a circle to play right now. But what's inside that circle? What's available within that? A few compounds here and there spread in the open, a bunch of fields that you can't really use for anything in the early game. And then the entire north portion is a massive city you don't want to have to go into early. I mean, this is what you want, bad or worse. This is tricky for teams to have to decide on. I mean, look at Na'Vi. I mean, I would really assume to see Na'Vi try and pin their way down towards the west, make their way down and in through that. But if they go late, or if they go like Na'Vi late, which I would assume they would, that west is going to be extremely filled up with teams. And there's just only so many places you can play on that side of the circle. The entire north side, everything north of Picado, I would assume to see coming in from the west. This is going to be tough for anyone trying to make their way in late to this one.
Okay, I'm taking a quick peek at the map to see where teams are going to be, how they lead up to this approach, because it's going to be rather important. It's a vital stance, I would say, to two really important parts. One, get in there early. There's going to be limited amounts of land that you can take up here, and more importantly, the priority compound is probably getting central somewhere in and around Gen G's perspective might be a decent play for now as we go forward further down the line. The second point is, like, getting in here with a full 4-man stack. It's not going to be the easiest thing in the world because of how we spoke yesterday, where we had a circle more teetering towards the east, and there was only limited amounts of area that you could enter that circle. Like for this one, you're looking again with 50% playable area. There are certain parts which teams may capitalize on. They'll go set up some kind of entrapment, some kind of bottleneck, something really just to punish teams on arrival. It's one of those circles where that is a viable strat, and that is a very viable way to potentially win if you want to take teams out on arrival.
Yeah.
Los Leones is... Before we had these changes, I'd say Los Leones, now we kind of don't look at that anymore. But now, since we've had more Los Leones endings in this tournament, since probably an entire year's worth of work, right? It's now a viable spot to actually play off the back of. And I think from what I'm seeing, T1 has a very good grasp and a very good amount of control on that. But one team can't control it all. So whether or not teams want to go and set up for Los Leones is a different question whatsoever. A lot of them at the moment are just magnetizing towards the coastline.
Yeah, everybody wants to sit their way down on the south side of the city, and it makes perfect sense with the unplayables that you have up and around the city. And as you said before, I mean, bottlenecks, funnels, Los Leones is the most, I think, on this map, with the exception of a few mountains, natural funnel for teams. And that's why I was kind of favored in saying that a lot of the teams will opt to go towards the west early on, because if you go east of Los Leones, you're forced into a, I want to say 600, maybe 700 meter wide rotation path in phase 1. In phase 1, you want to be able to spread out, you want to take control, you want to have yourself some space to move into the circle on and be able to divert should a team come close to you, because you don't have the info in the first circle when you rotate in. That's where you go to get info. So being forced into a pretty much a 300 meter wide death dive that early on, that's terrifying. And that's what Los Leones does to you. It pushes you out on the edge, and when you have water on the other side, it's just so tricky. And you can see now, as you said, T1, yes, they were in a good position. Yes, they had all the priority spots, but one team in there, and all of a sudden you lose a portion of it, and you're gonna you just have to keep backing off and allowing teams in there, because you cannot grasp, you cannot take control of the entirety of Los Leones on your own.
So for now, I think we're going to see a lot of posturing, a lot of not necessarily camping, but certainly staying their ground and stamping their feet well firmly on the floor and saying, okay, this is ours to defend now. And defense is probably going to be the name of the game if the circle does shift toward the center. Hell, even if we get some kind of hard shift and it forces a mass migration to either the east or the west side of the circles, then things start to get a little bit tricky. For teams that are further afield, you can see from the map, DXG, E36, Na'Vi. Na'Vi the longest stretch to go, but if they come down on that western embankment, then it should be quite open. It is very limited, I think, for a lot of these teams that will be playing Edge now. VP, where do you want to set up shop? Are you going to wait and hope for a team to possibly make a late entrance? DXG, I kind of worry of. I've always found, and I don't know if it's just the nuances of how players like to rotate with it being easier roads, whether there's other things afoot that I don't see or I don't think about. I always tend to find when we're watching games, you see these eastern rotations down to the south. There's always fights in those open cornfields. Time and time again, the compounds are rather sparsely littered, so there's limitations to where you can actually set up, but there's always so many fights on a circle like this. It's always the east side below Los Leones, and I'm kind of concerned someone like Petrichor Road, someone like DXG just gets border controlled, and all of a sudden you see fights unfolding before we even pop into Circle 2 because it's so densely packed.
Exactly, and I mean, that goes back to what I was saying before, right? Where you are in an area of the map where teams are just, even though it's early, even though theoretically there should be space on the map, the way of the terrain and the way the cities are positioned, it just forces teams so much closer to one another. It's really, really not easy to play around. Senya, I'm not sure what he was doing with the buggy in that wall. Hopefully he'll get back on the road as soon as possible, because I mean, Na'Vi, they're far away, to say the very least. Now back to T1 we go. First real encounter we've had so far. Snakers spots Stancho on the other side. Snakers does have a nade in hand. Lopped on over. I wouldn't expect, even with maybe a knock here, that Snakers would be opted to push on his own. You can see he's kind of up on the hill here, having the Overwatch duty on his own. So we'll see how much more Oath want to make of now knowing that there's a team on the other side of the road.
There's something else in my mind where I think a fight like that, for instance, where you are smack bang in the center of the circle, Is it worth losing anybody at this point in the game? Is it worth trying to take over a compound? I get you want to be able to get knocks. You want to, weaken teams. If you knock players, they bleed out faster. If you can take away armor from them in any way, shape, or form, force them to use their utility early. Yeah, poke and prod, but I wouldn't expect any kind of hard engagement here, any hard pushes or breaches to try and take a compound from somebody. It's just not really worth it until we see that next circle. I mean, the next circle, I think, is... Well, if it goes central, maybe people kind of stay their feet. But if we get some kind of wild hard shift, then the fights will inadvertently be forced by the circle. There's nothing we can do about it.
Exactly. I mean, we would essentially be seeing the phase 4, phase 5 chaos that we're used to. We'd be seeing that unfold in phase 2 because teams already now pinned in so close to one another. But let's not wait any longer. Also, I'm seeing Senya is on the move again. Thankfully for him. Where do we go? Out to the east and... Well, I guess fortunately, since the majority of the teams were already here, many of them had probably hoped that it was going to go this direction, but it doesn't really make this area of play any easier to maneuver around. There still is only so many compounds available, and because of the hills still being in the open, you really can't use for anything.
Something like that really shows how well these players not only recognize these circles, but recognize the lay of the land. I mean, that we had 50% playable territory in Circle 1. We pop to Circle 2, and there is only 5 players outside in one of the most condensed circles you can really ask for. Oh, Tab, unfortunately, has gone out. That's been very weakened up as he's hit the vehicle. But yeah, we're going to see a lot of action, so to kind of wrap it up here, but it really does speak a big volume how much these players know these circles, and they read them and they write them so damn well. They're all inside. They've all been prepared and ready to receive it. And it's not really a damaging one. We spoke about the fights that could potentially unfold on the east. Well, the circle moves to the east, so all those teams are safe now. Everybody's just going to kind of quietly stay at their feet. You'll have a few adjustments here and there. T1, find a compound open. Pretty damn good scouting. If not, it's just a Hail Mary send and hope for the best. Sonics, they'll have to take the low and slow approach, so to speak. No one's going to be on that coastal road, thankfully for them, so they won't have many problems, so it'll be quiet. But the question is for Sonics, now that they've committed to the coastline, once that circle shifts up and starts going to the north away from the water, what's the plan? Where do they go? Where do they rotate through? For Na'Vi also, same principle. They're still not inside the circle. They've not been in any circle yet. They're only just come out of the blue. Like, what's the late game plan here?
Yeah, depending on where the next circle goes, I wouldn't expect... I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see Sonics just go, you know what? I guess this is one of those games where we play the rest of the thing on foot. Sonics, they thrive on the edge. They do incredibly well in those up-close engagements. And, I mean, they want to find those points. They're sitting right now in 10th with just 24 points yesterday. They want to be able to rack up some more and put them on the edge, coming in from the south with blue on their back so they don't have to worry about what's behind them. That'd be perfect positioning for Sonics. But I have to say real quickly, before all chaos breaks loose, you noticed it before as well, and I love you for doing that, Sims. The T1 pull-up on that compound was as good as anything I've ever seen. Aqua 5 drives past the compound. He realizes after stopping that that Tianba is calling, like, they're just saying, you know what, we don't want to maintain this split anymore. Let's just get back together. And that allows for T1 to pull up and take a very good center position. It's all because of the way that Aqua 5 drove around, positioned himself to scout forward while the rest of the teammates were still driving around. Very heads-up play and an extremely good call on that rotation, both from T1 making the play into the compound, also, of course, for Tiamba to be able to disengage, not lose anyone. But Star-Lord's coordination and Aqua 5 scouting that one out was as good as any early game scouting you could have hoped for.
Potential conflicts, then. I suppose that's really the next thing to talk about, given that we have a bit of downtime. Not too long, another 20 seconds. We'll give you a promo code on the left-hand side as well. So make sure you grab that, punch it in, get your freebies, get cranked on with it. Enjoy the goodies. They don't last long. They're a one-time use only. Very limited. Grab them while you can. Circle will pop. And again, my potential first conflict I look towards, and this circle could change it. All right, never mind. I was going to touch on Na'Vi and MCG being within touching distance of each other. Now, all of a sudden, with a circle like this is where the real chaos unfolds. This is the downside of 50% circles, 50% water circles from circle number 1. Now, it truly is, for everybody on the West, Toby, a complete and utter blind send.
It really is. This is one of those where you really have to make up your mind on, do we want to be the team that is going to go through the no man's land and really fight our way for the rest of the game on this edge of the circle, or do we now want to do like what we're seeing with meta right now, what we kind of saw from DA just before they have stopped again? Do we want to see teams just go, you know what? We don't want to be on this heavy edge. We don't want to be on the fighting side of this. We want to send it full speed forward into the middle and find a place to play safe. Wicked, well, he got himself an MK14 just before, but now he's the first one to fall. Ragnar falls just after, and who other than Boliang from Infantry to go out and do the damage early on. 2 kills confirmed for Infantry as we start off the game. And Infantry, another team that didn't really have the same success yesterday that I was maybe expecting them to. Just 20 points on the day. Now they find the first 2. We'll see if that can make more of it for the day to come.
Both going for the full rotate straight through the middle. We have Tiamba, Infantry, everyone just in and around these roads. Inadvertently, they might find meta, but thankfully it will be a weakened meta. If they see the smokes up, then they potentially think, you know what, these boys have committed utility. We could try and catch them with their pants down. If not, we'll just go down to the south, and I believe they're actually looking at Petricol Road's compound. The cars are just piling up on the side of the house. 2 players fall instantly. Balefrost Snakers down, but not out. Pack Caps round the corner. Is in a weakened position and a very weakened limited amount of health. Long decides to fall back for now. He doesn't want to get caught outside, because if he does, it's basically just spells instant death with how many players are lurking around this. And look who's lurking also. Meta, even though there's only 2 players still alive, they're actually going out and scouting to maybe try and get involved. They could also look towards DA, who are 2 players down with the smokes up. When those smokes go out, it just spells, you know what, come and find us. Come and pick up these free frags on the floor. And if Silzen can do that and they can make something of it, well, you know, it might not necessarily be too bad. Never mind, it's Infantry. Put the nail in the coffin, and DA is done.
Out they go, nowhere for them to find safety in the center of the circle. The Mali forced them up on the north side of the smoke. That leaves them vulnerable and visible, and down they go now. Virtus Pro coming in late on the west side, trying to make their move underneath. DA failed to do it just before. We'll see now if they can find any better success. Low, 2 tires popped, both the front tires. That's all the steering gone. More tires getting popped now. These guys from Virtus Pro are driving around with fewer tires than they have cars altogether, and somehow they haven't lost a player yet.
Quick calm before the storm. BP taking up residency below Sonics. Sonics moving a little bit further up. I did say where should we anticipate where they go, and it's actually a prime position with the circle being more a bit of a southerly shift. DXG and E36, the late play towards the east has absolutely paid dividends. They have some strong compounds now. They have a good foothold within their circle. The one thing for me as I look at E36, it's a 2-1-1 split. At this stage, you have to rally the troops and decide where do you want to take residency, where do you want to defend, because I see Pure Boy holding an entire hangar to himself. Sylvia's up towards the blue a little bit more out on his own. If he gets knocked, there is no chance whatsoever of being able to get a revive. I understand why he's there. He's watching the back line, see if anyone wants to try and backfill behind E36. And then the other 2 are just holding up against the white, so they have to be rather careful here. Meta being central. It's a bit of a sparse mix between Oath Gaming and also Petricol Road, all within touching distance of one another. So if anybody does just go for that full send, that entire powder keg just goes flying up in a massive ball of smoke. Day trade, a freak of freaks. It's all time to go. Na'Vi still playing the blue near enough. They're going to be on a very, very slow approach, and unfortunately just forced by the circle itself.
Smart disengage there from Interforce 36. Sylvia does manage to make it back across. Realize the threat from a Freaks was real as all the players came rolling on over, and now they go down. Infantry, by the way, have found 6 kills out of the first 10 already. They're feeling it today. They've been in a good position, and the thing for them is they cannot allow for too many teams to get down where they are going right now. For example, Multi-Circle Gaming, because they're getting shifted out with the next circle. There's so much of that high terrain that is getting shifted out, and they need to keep moving forward. Na'Vi, in the meantime, caught in the open. Day trade trying to hold them off, and they're in a really good position to do so right here.
Yeah, this isn't great, is it? I get it's, I get you the furthest away from the circle at the start, and I get you kind of enjoy playing edge, but they've just been way too slow. Never mind, I'll hold for a second, because the second we hop on board with MCG's POV, DXG puts them in the ground. So, number 1 seed coming into this goes out in second. Like, that's quite, we'll see. It might have some big ramifications as we go forward through this tournament. Vanossa goes up and over, and Besto sees him just trying to draw him out into the open so the rest of them can clear this up. Again, there is the blue not quite there just yet, but Na'Vi do have to continue playing through it. It's been difficult. You know, we've got a few problems here for Na'Vi in game number 1. It's a rough circle. I'll give them that, but I still think they were just a tad too passive on this one.
Was tough for them trying to make their cross on over. Now let's see if they can do it this time around. Orange finds one, finds two. That's actually going to be Senya taking one down. He does fall in return, so it's just Orange left alive now. Doesn't have a vehicle. Does have, I believe, one first aid and a med kit, but needs to pop it now in order to stay alive. The good thing for him is that these kills might get confirmed, if not by him, then by the blue. Flash falls down, points in the back for Na'Vi. Might as well try and salvage what you can. Now on the other side of the circle, Gen G and T1 squaring off in a Korean battle for space here on the west side of the circle.
The biggest problem for these two teams that Tiamba is lurking all of this one, so you can't overstep the boundaries here. If you show your face, then Tiamba gets a third party. You can already see the utility is being committed. T1 starts to open fire. Inonix is behind them, though, and that's the problem. Aqua5, first one to go down during this little time that we've seen it. Ada, Aqua5, both falling victim. T1, Dangche, last member alive. Tiamba going to run parallel to try and get a deeper angle on this one. Sonic's also back building within this fight. Does have eyes on the prize. Dangche needs to hit the deck because he realizes the situation here is the last one standing, and Genji's just waiting him out. If the blue can move first, then maybe Genji is forced to go. Pio a little bit deeper, and his job now is just to keep a track of Sonics because Shrimzy's there, still holding the line. So is Mime as well. They have clear vision on this. If they do look this way, they're actually, you know what? They're rapping on them. Tiggleton's moved up front. He's got a nade in hand.
I was going to say they have to be ready for this Gen G push to come in their way. They heard all the action out towards the west. They saw the kill feed light up, and they have to know they're coming in. And Onyx is going to full speed send it across. That's going to allow them to start shooting. Tiggleton finds one, goes down and returns. Shrimzy able to take down Onyx as well. And now Pio, last one left alive. He's been seen by Shrimzy, and what a solid spray coming in from Shrimzy there to confirm the kill. Gen G fall in 12th. Now Danche, I'm not sure what more damage you can do here. Maybe find yourself a kill or two. Maybe if you're lucky, you can time this one perfectly and get down Mime altogether.
Important kill from the end to take out the last spray from Genji. It does allow them a small amount of time to get the revive onto Tiggleton. But as you mentioned, if Dangche wants to spell spoiler on this one, he absolutely can do. Does he have a nade in hand? He'll wait for the vehicle to go up. He's not even bothering. He's just going to take the meds and play the slow game and go for the placement points here. If he can catch them off guard, then so be it. Tiamba's still running parallel to all of this one, keeping a track of them. You can see Mings deeper on the back lines, just to be the orchestrator in all of this one. Pass the information on to the rest of the roster. Direct where this needs to go, because all the utility in the world is being committed by Sonics. They know they need to build a wall between them and Tiamba. And now the spoiler, the snake in the grass, the dagger in the back comes into play. Instantly, it is taken down, and it is Mime who finishes off T1, but they've taken the foot off the gas here, Toby. It could have cost them.
Yeah, I'm loving how Tiamba is playing this push around. They waited for the time to power, and now finally it's here. A little bit of help coming from Danche, forcing them to look over to the other side of the road for just a moment, and that's enough time for them to get an off-angle stream. So you can see they're trying to hold off so many different teams at the same time here. They know they're out on that wounded west side of the circle where teams have already taken damage, and you just cannot account for all the snakes at all given times. Lynchon peeking over the top spots. One has to fall back down because tonight it's Relo on the other side doing damage. H-Win finds one. Shrimzy takes one in return. So a good 1-for-1 trade. The flush will come in, I would assume, in just a moment's time. But now infantry up here as well.
Yeah, infantry are smelling this. Could be some potential points in the bag. Relo goes down in the distance. That's Longsker getting into the fray as well. Lynchon still holding it down within the smoke. I hope Shrimzy knows and reads that he is to his left-hand side, because if he doesn't and he comes out from that smoke, it's going to be problematic. First one, the damage is done. Shrimzy will fall. Flashbang up to try and get it stopped, but Lynchon again, and a second. Tiggleton from the back is throwing nades into this one to try and force him out of it. He's been a nuisance. He's been an annoyance. Now it's time to rally the troops, get them back on their feet, and move ASAP before infantry wraps down here, before Petrichor Road maybe decides they want to try and throw some nades at distance. Yeah. That's a really solid response, I've got to say, from Sonics. Yes. Like, for all the things that have gone wrong with them, for all the distractions, the snake in the back from T1, Orth on the opposing side as well, to still have 4 at least alive is a phenomenal, phenomenal job.
Oh, it's huge. Many other teams would easily fail to succeed in doing just that. Here you see Multi-Circle Gaming, the first team, of course, or second team, sorry, make that eliminated in today's game. The first place seed and still is. We'll have to see how much longer that's going to last, with a couple of players still being alive for Petrichor, and still got 4 alive on that south side for Virtus Pro. They've been quiet so far, but they will have a chance to push out, maybe and hold off Sonic should they opt to push towards the south.
nade is in and does the damage. It puts him low. Underneath that, they can maybe try and breach into this one. You have to be careful with these hallways when you do enter these buildings because they are such a bottleneck. There's so many times you'll see them either flushing from the windows or just forcing them out into the open. It's basically a one point of contact. The swing is there, but Akkad is instantly responded on. The hip fire. All right. AKM puts it to good use in the form of Neo with the nade down as well. We'll see if we get anything else within that kill feed. Hyruzen will drop. Headshot comes out from Fergus. Bye-bye Akkad. Bye-bye a Freak of Freaks for now. We're into our top 10. E36, they've been a little bit quiet. They've been a little bit cautious over on the eastern embankment, but now it's time to fight. Now it's time to earn your money. Infantry is here, and you have to answer the call.
Yes, they need to hold off. I mean, they've had the chance to play it quiet for a while, but now they've allowed the the Chinese giant into their nearby vicinity, and damage is already coming through. Amonut takes down one. 9 goes down. Oh, that's the other way around. Sorry, 9 finds one. Amonut goes down, and now Boliang looking for damage on the other side. But you can see a similar story to what happened with Sonics. They're just getting attacked from so many different angles now. They allowed themselves to get pushed out on the edge, and now they're being forced completely into a corner, and down they go within a matter of seconds. Interforce, they never got a chance to stand their ground. They never got a chance to make space for themselves, and they get completely smothered by the other teams.
DXG is firing on all cylinders. This is going to be a big battle. Infantry need as many points as possible today down in the bottom half of this leaderboard. But for DXG, up in 4th, this is going to be good if they continue. The Pounds, Neil, up close and personal. One of them is knocked on the opposing side. It's Boliang, and he's in an unresable position. We have Yang has also fallen as well. So this is just... I didn't realize it was that bad. 10 kills is a phenomenal job, but... for Division X, they're also on the same. So both of these rosters racking up big double-digit in terms of fragging prowess. But if elimination comes the way of infantry, DXG have a ton of room to play with for the final circle, Toby.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the kill count of the teams that's been eliminated already, that's the collateral damage that happened on the West Coast. These two teams have, between the two of them alone, pretty much taken out the entirety of what happened out towards the east. So 21 kills between just these two teams as we head into the final 5. Sparking on his own will have to hold off Petrichor, a current second place team. And this is going to be an interesting one because coming into this day, Multi-Circle Gaming had a bit of a buffer, but now we have the 2nd through 4th place all in the game still. So still plenty of placement points and kill points potentially to be racked up for them. Sparking, you can see him trying to get away. I'm not sure for how much longer you're going to survive, buddy. You need to do some insane damage in order to make it out of here alive. And that's not going to happen.
Well, down he goes, but certainly after losing 2 players straight off the bat to be able to get into the top 5, it's better than nothing. But yeah, that kind of states a huge factor what you mentioned, Toby, how MCG have this buffer. They go out so early on, everyone's like, okay, well, it's time to catch them up. Petrichor Road now, same scoreboard, DXG VP, just 4-point difference. So our top 4, yeah, this is big points in the bag for infantry. It's been a good game, 10 frags, but certainly with 1 player alive, I don't know how much further you can go. Maybe you just try and wait this one out and see if a third party takes effect, because now all of a sudden DXG, they have VP at the back. They've been here for quite some time with VP, but they've been cautiously just waiting for maybe DXG to make the first mistake. No one's towards the center of the circle. Petrichor Road also playing the edge, a bit more of a sparser edge. IQ 500, you can see he's pushing up against the blue. They know exactly where the last player from infantry is held up, but again, they have to be so cautious on their approach. You can't just go for that 1 frag point and instantly VP jumps on that and says, you know what, they've moved, let's take advantage of this. VP, at the moment, DXG is well and truly in their side. Circle's also favorable to them. If they remove this, there's a solid chance of winning, but we still cannot count out Petrichor Road. They may be down 1 player,
yes,
but they still have so much room.
One of the things that's really, I mean, this is it right here. Double broken vests for both Fergus and Neil. This is going to be an incredibly tough task for these teams that have been fighting their way through the entirety of the game to really go out now against a Virtus Pro that are sitting with, I saw 2 fresh level 3 vests on Hiruzen and Batul and Zagrosa as well. They just got another crate gifted on their side of the circle. Even if they become the third-party factor here, it's going to be incredibly difficult to take down a team that has that is coming into this final fight with just so much utility available, with so good condition on their, or durability on their helmets and vests. We'll see now. DXG, they don't want to have to run across the field into Petrichor. I don't necessarily disagree with the decision and going down here, but I think everyone right now is waiting for Petrichor to make their move.
Surprisingly stable at the moment, but I suppose that's backed up by how many are within this circle. Petrichor Road, it's a bit of a difficult cross, to be honest with you. It's a very barren landscape. If 9 kicks off against them, then there is some sort of dinner bell that is rung towards this, and maybe it gives VP the spur on to try and get involved in the fray. Okay, now they come into vision. Now, all of a sudden, he sees what's going on in front of them, and he's got the cover here. He can get the gap if he can land these shots and cause them problems. No! The turn denied. A fair amount of damage done, but unfortunately it's instantly shut down. And as we mentioned, Toby, the knock-on effect, the dominoes are starting to topple. Petrichor Road makes a bit of noise. DXG instantly just switch vision. VP is still, like, we can't underestimate their position to be able to third-party both of these teams.
They haven't opted to go aggressive and take the control of the hillside, but I mean, Ixlev, thank you for hitting those shots. I think they know Petrichor, they got away with the free one there, because 9 is not one to usually miss those shots. Very fortunate for them to stay alive, but you can see it here already. 2 bullets connected and Fergus down to barely any HP. That's what happens when you don't have a vest coming into those fights against the barrels on the other side, against the Grotus on the other side. Petrichor trying to find their way, and they do have a shack they can push towards, which is pretty much as close to the center of the circle as you can get. But they are really hoping right now that somehow DXG will change their mind and go down towards VP. I just don't see it happen.
It's going to be difficult, but Circle's here to force this fight for us, even if the players don't want to get involved with the fray. Utility now being committed on the side of VP. The Toolins can usually find a few bangers when it comes to the grid. That one's right under the feet. He's got the first one. Fergus will fall. Okay. Now there's a line of approach. Now you've removed the level 3 guy. I believe that was the Groza boy out of the fight. So a bit of a dangerous gun has been removed. And all of a sudden, the manpower falls into the hands of Virtus Pro. But can you get involved? Oh my word, DXG. They're just being sandwiched. IQ 500 doesn't even realize he's stepping in fire. And that shows you how much confusion is going to go on now. With the nades, with the smokes, with the mollies. Everything is starting to just fall around DXG. Flash banged up, completely white. Mile is lurking. He wants to deny DXG the round push.
Yeah. Waiting, holding back, just trying to force them, trying to funnel them into Virtus Pro and potentially get an off-angle opportunity of a push there. But you can see the blue now coming in. All these flashes being thrown makes it incredibly difficult to keep track of what's going on. Will it take him down? Yes, it will once again. The mollies and utility that Virtus Pro has available comes into full effect. And now Division X, no, we need to make a play. We need to start pushing forward. Mill tries to make a push. It goes down instantly. Does find Neo before, so damage is collateral on this side of the circle. Division X eliminated. Now 4v1 should be an easy peasy. And it is. Virtus Pro, they bought their time, they played it safe, they waited it out, and they grabbed themselves the win after this game here.
I'm pretty sure I saw a tweet yesterday saying something like, teach me how to know the map and make fast and hard decisions as IGL. Well, for Toolins, I don't know what you learned overnight, but whatever it was, keep doing it and you learn, because that is VP instantly coming hot on a championship Sunday. Yeah. Bagging the first win of the day and taking the #1 spot. MCG, we have to talk about it, Toby. I know VP have won, but when we see the what I call quote-unquote the PUBG game coming to effect, when your #1 team falls, everybody else in the lobby says, right, bang, it's game on. There's now an opportunity for us to jump up. If we can't overtake them, we can at least catch them.
Yeah, it's a big mental thing for sure, seeing that top spot go out early. And you saw them, I mean, they all just, as you said, I mean, they went full on all cylinders. I gotta give a massive amount of credit to DXG. First time they make their way into weekly finals, and this game in particular showed me that they are very, very, very hungry for the win in the end of it. And what they've been, like, the way that they played this game here also shows to me that there's a very realistic chance that they could go out and grab themselves the weekly championship. Imagine doing that, right? First week you make it into the finals, getting yourself the win there as well. That would be absolutely insane.
I mean, when we're looking this, we're talking, what, 25 kills between 3 teams, if not more. I don't know the exact number at the end of it, but 25, 30 kills between 3 teams. So, like, seeing over a quarter of the lobby completely fall collateral to just those alone, it was a very wild ending from the very start, where we had that 50% water circle. Good games all around, good fights towards the end. For now, we're going to pass it back to Steve in the desk, who can break down match number 1 a little bit more.
Thank you very much. My name is Toppings. I'm joined by Avenger and Godspeed as we get back to talking here. And VP gets back to winning. You heard Sims bring up that tweet. Batulin is a little twisted, but this just goes to show fresh starts, a little gas. They came to play, and I am happy that I picked them. So I just wanted to gloat for a second. That's all. This is me. Ready? Gloat. All right.
Nice.
Avenger, Godspeed. It was pretty good, right? Let's talk about that game because it was a good one.
It was, for sure. Coming into this as well, you know, I didn't expect MTG to have such a bad game one. Like, they were trying to send it in the territory. They went past infantry, lost one player, then they sent it like further, lost one to Tianba. This is one of the things you see it, and then they arrive at Division X Gaming here. It was actually multiple teams taking them down, and you know, DXG end up capitalizing on that, and you know, could be desperation. But then again, I said it yesterday. It's a win-win situation for me. If Gen G does well, my pick does good. If VP does well, my home team does well, you know?
Yeah, it's, I mean, it's looking a little better for your region right now than it is for mine. But you know what? It is what it is. Hey, this was a really rough circle, especially with so much of it being south in the water and being unplayable. And that just led to a bunch of different teams. It wasn't just MCG as well. We saw Oath suffer similar issues between getting caught on DA and another team. They ended up crashing. I think it was actually Petrichor. And Infantry just did so much damage to multiple teams in this lobby, and specifically in this circle. That's what Infantry does, man. Nine and Longsker, as well as Bolyang, I feel like, I'm not trying to leave out Zhao, but they just are so lethal when it comes to these scrappy team fights, and that's exactly what they executed. They didn't win the game, but they got a lot of kills. And then DXG, Martin, we got to talk about
DXG. Honestly, DXG, like, they have been so impressive. VP obviously won this one with 6 kills here, super good execution, but DXG, 3 third places in 6 games.
Yeah.
They are tying first place with 31 kills right now, and VP also had 31 kills. What an impressive team to come in for the first time into the weekly final and show this is how we play. Back-to-back third place with 12 kills coming in from yesterday as well. 24 kills in 2 games and 2 third places. Just insane. Super well played by DXG.
I mean, the match results tell the story. They went out in third place and they basically got first because DXG doesn't know how to let off the gas. It's like one of those action movies where the hero sticks like a broomstick against the pedal because DXG doesn't stop. 5-5 is wild. That said, Petrichor Gaming's consistency is insane. MCG left the door open in their last 2 games. Petrichor comes right back and gets second place, Godspeed.
Xleft is nuts. That team is nuts, and they've continued to just show that they actually have been consistent overall for the most part this entire event. They had, I think, a week or 2 where they went down into the bottom 16. Correct me if I'm wrong, but overall, I've really enjoyed watching Petrichor. And my other question actually is, or my only question is, where has DXG been this entire time? Fergus, IQ5. I mean, these guys have struggled. We've talked about how they've struggled. They really haven't been able to come together. They were losing team fights. They were just losing straight up one-on-one fights. But man, this is almost like a completely different team that showed up.
Yeah, let's talk about that for just a second, Martin. So when we talk about expectations, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of pressure on teams like Sonics or STK or FaZe or Liquid or any of these teams that are sort of coming in with the hopes of a region as well as maybe international expectation. I don't want to say DXG is not expected to do well. They are. Their region is depending on them. But most analysts were not counting on them to be on the top 5. Does that make it easier to do what they're doing?
I think, to be honest, I think when we're going into to a stage like this where there's so much money on the line, so much kind of expectations on the line, I think the amount of expectations just by them being here and kind of from the region, from their normal fans, I think they're already maxed out in kind of expectations, you know, like their meter of expectations already filled. I know, and then we can talk about like what can you put on top of that. You have all the fans, international expectations that really doesn't matter, I think, because already there, you know, they have fans, they have family, they have all these things that that you can't really. The question is that you need, or the thing is, you need to set expectations, and I don't think they can set expectations for anyone else than their hardcore fans and their family. I think everything coming in from this. But look at this though, Virtus Pro taking first place, and look at the gap that there's starting to happen now from 4th to 5th place. It's 12 points.
Yeah, that's a sizable gap.
Feels good, man. Feels good. Petrichor takes over second
broken
place.
Clock's
Not too
right
shabby.
twice a day. Okay,
Broken clock is right twice a day.
let's relax. But you did no,
Even
you
a
did
twice
pick them, so I got
broken
even to you.
No, Petrichor moves up to second. Multi-Circle Gaming is, I don't want to say completely dropping the ball, but in the last 2 games, yesterday's final and today's, this has been a disaster for them. They are in a place going in out of the 4th game yesterday, Godspeed, to win almost $700,000, and now they are barely going to stay in the top 4 after the results, or top 3 after these results. Something to think about. Team stats, walk me through these, Godspeed.
I mean, VP, 31 kills. I have to say this as well about that last game with VP. The way, and we were all commenting on it actually while that game was going on, the way that VP controlled the end of that game, and the way that they forced the last 2 teams in DXG, and I think it was the last member of Infantry to fight, like that, it was so clinical, and it was almost perfect. VP played that almost perfectly, and their play so far has pretty much been that. I feel like any of the plays that they've made that have actually cost them, like some of these things that Batulans is talking about, is really just timing issues. Like they may have gone to a crash too early, or they potentially may have moved up too early, which they've noticed that, and they've corrected, which is why they're doing so well now. And Petrichor will be Petrichor. I mean, they will find a good position in the circle, and then once circle pushes them out, they just fight through every team that they've basically taken note of around them.
You know, Martin, as I watch teams win, and it's been almost 6 weeks now, every time a team wins that someone doesn't like, you hear things like they just camp, they only third party, they don't play the game. Is that garbage? I mean, to me, it seems like whatever it takes to win is how you play PUBG. This is Battle Royale, right? This isn't a 1v1 or 5v5 type of game. This is about mastering strategy and beating anyone and knowing how to beat them at the right moments.
Champions don't make excuses. That's how it is. That's the most simple way you can put it. The fewer excuses you can come out with as a player, as a team, the more focused you are on your goal, and that is what you want to be, especially in a situation where the format is against you, where everything that you've been playing for and everything that you've learned changes just slightly, and also coming into a format where you ever-changing lobbies, ever-changing teams. If you come in with the highest expectations to yourselves and no excuses, and just hard work ethic, like this is gonna put you somewhere. And that's where I feel like Virtus Pro is at. It's a few excuses yesterday, but then full focus today, putting in some hard work. And also, these guys, they came into Circle 3 rotating, like they were not in a good spot. They took over a compound with us in a south situation where DXG actually had that compound, so super impressive.
Quick talk about DA, Godspeed. They started slow. They're at 196k now, and in striking distance of 4th place.
Yeah, after they got rid of the, I don't want to call it shenanigans with 4 a.m., you know what I mean? Because that did serve a purpose. In the end, I think DA has been really impressive, especially over the last couple weeks. Metralius put them here in the first place, right? With that heroic effort of a win as a solo in the weekly survival, and they have not squandered that. They haven't had the best game, I think, in the last couple, but they've still gotten a good amount of points, and I really do think DA is a solid team. I don't know where all this kind of meme hate comes from, but these guys can play PUBG, man, and they play it well.
Absolutely. We're getting ready to start the next game here in just about 1 minute, taking a look at a lot of teams that are getting ready to make their move. And I will just say this, Martin, you brought this up. You said champions win, especially when the things are stacked against them. And I think that is PUBG in a nutshell. This is a game where from the very moment that the plane takes off, everything is stacked against you. The deck is stacked against you. Will you find the guns you need? Will someone drop near you? Will you get the circles? Will the rotations work? Is someone waiting? Will the crash happen? It's all about questions, handling, and flexibility, and that's what we're seeing. The teams on the top of these leaderboards have been more flexible, more functional, and more adjustable than anybody else on the field. And why is that? Because they want to take home the money, the big prize, the bragging rights. $300,000 for first place with crowdfunding that's going to be north of $600,000, potentially $700,000. 4 more games to play, powered by Intel. Let's go now to the call of Toby and Sims.
Thank you, Steve. Yes, it's the last chance to dance. If you are a Miramar team, this is it. We only have 3 more games once this is all said and done, but we move to the grassy pastures of Erangel. Playing path, we start on the west, and the most parallel line I have ever seen, straight across the middle, Toby, over to the east.
On Erangel, you'd go, this is as fair as you could probably have it. On this map, I don't necessarily think so. It's there's still, I mean, there's more landmass on Miramar than there is on Erangel, and some of those teams that do like to go further up north, this playing path is still not going to be all that easy for them to go up there with. So we'll see if some teams opt in to go elsewhere than where they normally would go. But for most of them, I would assume that that even with a bit of a stretch, most of the loot spots should be within reach.
Yeah, that's the best thing about this one. There's no real excuses for early conflicts. There's no massive excuses in terms of not being able to get to your home position. Generally, everyone should be in reaching distance, at least even across the board. Obviously, if you're in the middle, you get a bit more of a bit more time because you smack bang over your flight path. Early scuffles, wouldn't say there'd be too much in abundance. Circle comes in, it hits. She is as west as we are going to be going. Yeah, okay. And instantly when shots, okay. Instantly when I look at this, first thing that kind of creeps into my mind, Toby, I don't know about you, like, when I look at stuff like this, there's certain things that I pick out. I think, okay, Crater Fields, Crater Hook outside of El Pozo, inaccessible terrain. Left-hand side over on the west, cliff face, inaccessible terrain. So pretty much from Alcantara, straight down those 2 roads, that's where we're going to be on the end game in theory.
Yes. And that's one of the big things, right? We keep talking about how when we see these hard shifts, we've seen more and more teams try and utilize the opportunity to rotate to the more passive side on the circle. So if we have a circle that goes out towards the east heavily, teams will try and kind of wrap around, some even going into the blue to try and find their way in on the more quiet side. With this circle, because, well, the west is just one massive wall you can't really go through, that won't be an option. That won't be an option for teams like Oath, for teams like Gen G who like to do these wraparound strats on phase 2, phase 3. They simply won't be able to do it because the road's cut off by the mountainside. So for anyone trying to rotate in on the edge, and I'm looking at Oath right now, they're currently driving all the way up towards Campo Militar, arguably as far away as they could possibly be from this circle. I'm very curious to see how they're planning on making the rotation on in, because the strat that they would usually go with in a situation like this will not work in this game in particular.
If I had a telestration system, I'd probably put a pen on my map now and say, right, Monte Nuevo, draw a big circle. El Pozo, down below to the main road through the field, draw a circle. And then probably somewhere to the left-hand side, the secondary road from the bottom to the left-hand side of Monte Nuevo up to the top. It's like central point there between Na'Vi and where Gen G are. There's a very good chance we get the end game. Yes, of course, it's all ifs, buts, whys, wheres, whens, whatever. The circle can kind of do whatever the hell it wants up until we bring in the land ratio settings. But certainly now, for something like this, it should give teams a lot of structure to be setting up in a very, very valuable spot for the late game. The teams that are going to benefit from that, of course, the ones that are over here. Na'Vi, Gen G, Tiamba's moving early. MCG, Digital Athletics, they're all moving early. VP, still looting up, but they're not too far from it. So again, this is all theories. Within these first 5-6 teams, they should be able to get the pick of the bunch. They should be able to get the best land grab. Everybody else either has to fight them on arrival or play around them. Yeah.
And my eyes are right now on Tiamba. You mentioned them just before. I mean, immediately getting flashbacks to week 1 or week 2. 16 or 17 kill, 3rd place in that game with them in this very same circle. They were on the hilltop, but DA weren't the presence back then, and we know that DA do like to play this hillside too, and you can see they're the ones that are going to get it. They full speed send it, they loot it out towards the west. They know that FaZe ain't around, so the pressure around Montenuevo won't really be a big factor. Therefore, they can just send it full speed forward, go up, claim what they want, and now they're sitting dead center, at least in what the circle is now. And teams that can manage to take these mountain control positions and make sure no one else gets up there, oftentimes they get away from these type games with 10 plus kills. Not necessarily the wins, because at some point they will have to go down again, and that can be very troublesome. But if a team can sit on these hilltops and maintain control, there are a lot of kills coming your way.
Gen G 2-2 for now. CS, they're just on the backlines in the distance, looking towards VP and MCG, who all have to transfer above Montenuevo. So Gen G's going for a bit of a 2-2 split, and I'm totally fine with this one. It will get a bit dangerous later down, maybe Circle 2, Circle 3, if it is highly contested, especially if someone's in between them both, separating them. MCG up, play this area up on the hillside, and we've seen this a few times. It's not exactly a bad spot. It's certainly one that's going to give them a little bit of safety. It's one that's going to give them an angle of approach. If this does go towards the north, they can skirt round through the fields and up by the mountainside again. You're still clutching at straws if other teams are going to be there. For the ones that will fare a little bit harder, I mean, hell, both are still in Tierra Bronca and Campo Militar. That's a good old long road. That's a very, very late arrival. DXG is over by Oasis, so the northern shift, should it come in, it'll be fruitful for them, but still they have to come down through La Cobaderia, Petrocol Road off the side of the mountain. They might actually inadvertently run into VP, so that should be an interesting fight. VP is going for the 2-1-1 split, which is quite a wide split. They put Lou in El Pozo to be an anchor point should they have to move to him. Batulan is up on the cliff face of the hook to try and monitor the situation, what's going on around them. A Freak of Freaks just past Power Grid again, might run into this wall of somewhere between Sonics, MCG, and VP. And then later down towards the south, teams that are going to be coming not exactly massively late, but still up against the blue T1. Chumacera, not too far, but certainly infantry. Boliang out on a limb, probably arriving the same time as Oath. I'm not a big fan of the south, and the only reason is because of how that western cliff face struts out. You've got less chance of it going down towards the south. We can still get a hard shift, any given Sunday, anything can happen. But in terms of percentage numbers, when you're looking at the circle and kind of playing it, it's something that you always have to keep in your mind. These inaccessible terrains play a massive, massive factor with a circle like this.
Yeah, it sure does. The only thing that I would say works or could potentially work in favor for infantry in a circle like this is should the next circle go south, because of the massive pile of teams we're starting to see around the middle right now, and the fact that they can't really wrap west around, they will have an open buffet. They will have a chance to take whatever they want, because so many teams will be stumbling across each other trying to make their way down towards the south. So should it go down there, they're going to be in a glorious position. And even if it doesn't, I mean... Oh no, EJ. That's Batulan's place. You can't go up there and contest it. That's bullet as well. Yeah, that's Batulan's spot. It's been for the whole tournament, EJ. It's not yours. Not yours to take, friend. That's unfortunate.
The question is, I suppose for a CAD, do you stay here? Do you try and
leave?
Punish him and take this really? Yeah, I'm thinking that like it's just whether or not you get bloodthirsty and think, you know what? No, I want him rid of this because we want to take this and use it as a transfer point. A couple of players on the side of Navid tanked up and damaged. Clearly, Metagaming has their numbers written. Batulan's still looking for a CAD. A couple of shots on from the distance as well. So now they've drawn him out into the open. He could at least get a read on where a Freak of Freaks is going to be setting up shop and potentially making a rotate. I mean, look at this. Just, we speak about orchestrating. You saw for a second his POV, like how much information he is garnering. If he goes down now, he's dead. There's no chance you can get the revive on him. So it's that finite balance of risk reward. You're up here. If you go down, you're dead. But by doing this now, he is just transferring so much information back to the rest of the roster on VP, where teams are, where they're going to be rotating, what's potentially clear. Like, it's a huge point, but again, it's not without its own risk factors.
True, it is. Sometimes you got to risk it in order to claim victory, and VP are one of those teams. I mean, we see them play passive. Some might go, oh, but they're just hiding on the edge. But no, it's not about hiding. It's about them making the on purpose decision to go on the side of the circle that has less action so that they can get all their players into the late game, and that's what they thrive in doing. They don't need that 18 kill win where they fight through the entirety of the early game if they can get a 12 kill win by taking fights from phase 4 and onward. I mean, that's a way Virtus Pro has done it in a long time. Some other teams do the same style, but Virtus Pro and the way they work around Batulans as an endgame leader is just incredible to watch. I mean, I know he gives himself a hard time, but it goes to show how how much of a perfectionist he is in his work. Always looking to improve, always looking to find better ways of doing things. And they do continue to evolve all the time. Now let's see Circles evolve too. This one, towards the west we go, and will Lou, sit tight. Your friends are coming to you because they don't want to go into El Pozo with this shift.
No, not at all. We're straight smack bang on the crossroad within the central point. There is still a potential that we get that ever so slight, and it would be ever so slight, northern west shift, which gives you the roadside compounds that will come into play just to the left-hand side, the top left-hand side of El Pozo. That road, we have seen circles on it. I mean, yeah, there's still only really 3 parts. Everyone will either go stay around where the Oath is. They're in the prime position to receive that. If not, you'll see the Gen.G rotation and Na'Vi just try and hit these compound. This offside of the crossroad is a very, very strong position. Senya's shooting somebody else, and Idonix just comes in and takes full advantage of that. If you're just, idly looking at another player, by all means, we'll bang you out dead to rights. So now they can try and take control of this one. They've taken out Senya on just as the disconnection point from where Na'Vi is, and now they split the pack, but they have themselves a decent compound. The question is, how many players are just going to run into this trap? Because there's so little land to be playing with that's in a viable spot for the next circle.
And that's the thing, right? You just put the nail on the head there. There's so much of what we call unplayable terrain in this one that next circle will pretty much guaranteedly foretell the circle after that, and people want to be in that correct spot as soon as they can. So now teams starting to pull up on compounds way early. That nade is going to get the flush on one. Thought it was going to get down tank to that molly though. Should spread to take him down. We'll see if it does. But Tulins falls as well. DA, they want to push. They want this compound to themselves, and they're making the aggressive decision to try and see if they can get that full control. There are still Hiruzen and Spiro on the ridgeline. You can see them here, but they're both down to low HP. Would have to heal up now. Smash pushes in. He's on his own for now, and low damage done, but not enough. 2 knock players from VP in here, and they both go down. And I think Hiruzen and Spiro both realize that that's their compound lost.
Can't spend too much time on it, but something like that is just a prime example of where a 2-2 split can fail completely. Everything was looking good. We spoke about the risk reward. We spoke about how they're gathering land, but all of a sudden a team turns up. They realize you're at a weakened enforcement. Bang, they can just breach that compound. DA do it, and they do it perfectly. Absolutely perfectly. 2 players from VP fall, and now the compound is theirs. Wait, Hiruzen's fallen? That's a 3rd one. So DA is making mincemeat currently of Virtus Pro. Spyro's left to just run off in the distance. I think they tried to get away from the fight altogether and find somewhere else to stay their feet. But by doing so, DA has just ruined VP completely from a 1st placement down to a potential 16th. Na'Vi still chomping at the bit for MCG. There's only tank left standing. The fires, the flames, it's licking away. And MCG again from the top of the board, Toby. This is some poor standings, and slowly but surely they are working their way down the leaderboard.
They had themselves a decent gap coming into today, then they fall down to 3rd, and you go, okay, there's a little bit of a jump up to VP, but they can come back easily, and now out early again, without really anything to show for. Was tough for them. They tried to make the push onto the compound, and just way too many teams third-partying in, but that's the danger of committing to compounds early, that other teams will be around, they will be in the open, they will be split out, and they will take some of these shots towards you to make their potential approach to the compound easier later on. So Triggy from Multi-Circle Gaming to stay alive there, and they fall apart once more.
Circle updates. Slight southerly shift, but it does put that crossroads as a crosshair, to be honest, with the circle as a prime position central point. Left-hand side of it looking prominent. Na'Vi, Gen.G, Tiamba to a lesser extent in position. Gen.G lose their 1st player on the open. I don't think there's any way of getting Inonix back on his feet as well with so little help. Esthra is put on red alert. Damage is done. Pio also forced to run downstairs, but that nade is preemptive. He reads it like a book. It unfortunately hits. Did he close the door? If he closed the door on that to bat it out, That's a 900 IQ play, but I tell you what, the damage is relentless. It keeps on going. This is what I wanted to see from Na'Vi, even though there's only 2 of them standing, Toby. Be aggressive. Individual skill with this roster is extremely high. We've just not had opportunities to see it because they die so damn early.
Yep, it's been tricky for them to maintain all their players alive now. Unfortunately, same story, but they are doing a lot of damage. Ix left does find one. Took him a little too long, though, so he goes down. But Mill and Mamu are there to respond instantly. 2 down, 3 down, 4 down, Oath down. All of them wiped in seconds as Petrichor say, thanks for the vehicles, guys. Thanks for the loot. We needed it now. Well, hop on back and we'll see you on Erangel.
Yang is going to cause them problems. Just out on his own. Alan Lim, to be fair, he is completely away from his entire team, just being a bit of a preemptive scout. Meta, well, you know what? Wiki says, come on, boys. There's a chance here to stab Na'Vi where they're damaged. 2 of them left standing, and honestly, it's relentless. Honestly, Na'Vi has been given so many different teams to deal with over by these Shanks, and they are playing as a 2-man band. It's hella difficult, and there's only a limited amount of utility that I suppose that they picked up from the bodies previously, and that's where they'll have been able to reload themselves. But certainly with Tab in one building, Besto on the other, this is a prime position. If Meta can take down Na'Vi cleanly, and that's the most important factor here, if they can wipe out both of these players without losing anybody, this could be a very damn good game from Meta because it's a very prominent position on the map for the next circle.
I mean, we're pretty much guaranteed that this won't be the final team to crash this compound. At some point, unless if the next circle really surprises me, the next circle should include this compound, and that would just make that would make things incredibly difficult, even for Meta, if they lose just one player. Here comes DXG, currently sitting in 4th place with a chance to go further up. Day Trade, I like Fanatica's position out of the tree here completely. Catches them off guard, finds 1, finds 2. Long goes down, finds 1 as well. It's just Neil left alive. DXG thought they had to jump on the compound, but they got caught by surprise.
Flash has turned up. Pin's not pulled on that one. Neil has to... I mean, he can clean up here anyway. I think revives are going to be impossible. Never mind. Wow. Flash flashes around the corner and it's job done. DXG go down. Bit of a... Certainly compared to the previous rounds. It's rather unfortunate, but 4th position still been a massive performance thus far from DXG. Very, very impressive. Toffee touching it to turn up to the big leagues and turn up at the right time. Like... There's going to be money in the bag here if they keep going, but certainly a very low placement in this one won't do them any favors. And there is some kind of little bit of a safety in having that 11-point buffer between 4th and 5th position, and that's really where the money bracket is, where you need to be. But still, if Daytrade, Na'Vi, Genji, any of these pop off in the next few games, as MCG have unfortunately found, you die early, and if other people do well, they will capitalize and jump up that leaderboard and knock you out of the top spot. So we shall see. VP still holding on for dear life with 1 player just hiding in a shack. I mean, yeah, it's not much, but it's something. We can let it go for now.
Yeah, and convert a 0-point game into a potential 3-point game. If you can stay alive for long enough, there's a chance. They have 1 point already, so we'll see what they can do to try and maintain some sort of space down to Petrichor. And I mean, just to go back on what you were saying before, DXG still maintaining that buffer is great, but if there's one team they really don't want to give those kills to, all 4 of them just there, that's Daytrade, because they're the ones on the hunt, right? I mean, Daytrade, they're loving the fact that they just took out the team sitting right above them on the leaderboards, and if there's a team they want to try and encroach on, that would be DXG, so getting 4 freebies there, I mean, not completely freebies, but they do get the reses up. Them, Daytrade getting 4 kills there, that is absolutely massive.
Sonics has the full read on where DA are going to be setting up shop for this next fight. And remember, DA aren't inside the circle. They eventually need to move. The question is, what's the play from H-Win and Trims? Do they try and go onto the high ground and maybe looking through these windows, or they wrap low? I suppose the better advantage for these guys would be if they can get down low, if they can get inside the circle and somehow funnel DA into a position that they are exposed, then the rest of the team comes over the brow of the hill and then they get involved within this. T1 also in the line of sight of DA, more specifically Smash. So if you're DA now, you're thinking, right, we know where T1 is. We know that running in that direction is not an option. Slowly but surely, these options for DA will start to become finite. And this is where I think Sonics maybe capitalize. They set up shop.
Yeah.
DA thinks, okay, it's safe to wrap and go down low. Bam. Sonic strikes, and they don't go any further within this round.
Solid play from Acro5 for that, bringing back memories of when nades could pretty much bounce you away from cover. Oliang does have a good response, though. Takes him down in return. Now, Danjay's under fire as well. Keep in mind, they've already lost Starlord, so only 2 guys left alive. Code Marco, with a bit of distance to it as well, finds one adder. Solid spray coming in. Unfortunately, can't quite find the knock. Danjay does go down. This is such a tricky situation for them to be in. They're in phase 5 blue now. Xiaoyang needs to get inside as well. Look at the damage is hurting away on Adder. Last player left alive. I'm not sure what you do here if you're him.
Nothing. It's
nothing.
Fortunately, death. T1 goes down, 13th position. Ironically, in 13th place as well. Not the greatest of tournaments thus far when it comes to this specific weekend, but you know what? We've still got 3 maps left. There's still a small window of opportunity, but slowly, we said the leaderboard, it's tough at the top, especially when you have a round like previous where your top 3 are in the final 3. Oh, excuse me, top 4 are in the final top 3. It's yeah, just making things that much more difficult. Spyro's moved onto the roadside, and again, he's kind of clutching at straws at this point. Anything that he can pick up in terms of placement points is just it's a bonus, really.
Yes, that right there is huge. He knows his shack, with the circle shifting the way it just did, his shack just became a prime spot for anyone coming in from the north. They know there's a massive plateau you have to cross, and look at that, as soon as it leaves, Afrika Freak sends 2 players there. He knew for a fact that compound will get breached, so leaving that spot open for other teams to take and finding himself a spot that I wouldn't assume anyone to ever want to play down behind that rock on the road, that is an extremely smart play to say, I'm not going to take any fights, but I do want to stay alive coming into placements.
It's pretty heads up, especially Simmons. That's all really he's got left. He can't take any fights. He can't do too much. Petrichor Road, it's time to defend because infantry's coming down and barreling down the hillside. DA's also there, so infantry can get caught in this mashup of teams just playing for a bit of a random open area. There's not too much to play with, and any nook, cranny, rock that they can hide behind, it will be pivotal. Tiamba also, a distance, says, you know what? There's a free point there. We'll take that as well. We'll steal it away. That is an absolute
look at the transition.
Long ball coming from long. Mamu follows up as well, and infantry is being picked apart. Long skirt, last player standing. If there was ever the last player standing, I'd want it to be him because the man is a machine. But ultimately, when there's 2 teams just staring down the barrel at you, ultimately, I think you don't go much further within this map.
That's as far as you could expect anything to go in this game. That's some sort of an Olympic record with a nade there for sure. We saw the trajectory halfway across the screen. Now Mamu continuing to try and do damage, and I gotta say, Petrichor, I mean, they've been impressing me. Ever since they made finals, now having a good showing for themselves, they've been playing incredibly well. I knew when they hit these capabilities, they just haven't been showing it over the course of the last couple of weeks and months. And fortunately now, they're going out here putting on a good show. Everyone is playing on a high cylinder, and they're doing a lot of damage. Tiamba now, at the same time, we talked about Tiamba before. They do so much damage on Miramar, and now they have a chance to make a great push over towards DA.
Taking out 2 different teams. They're looking towards DA, they're looking towards Petrichor, they're looking to third party all of this mix match. And that's because when they look from DA, they see Petrichor in the distance just skylining. So there's a lot of points to be made here, but they need to make sure that it's clean. You don't want to be getting tanked up by 6, 7 different players from multiple angles, but everyone's lined up. DA will be the first one to go down. Now it's time to make the approach, time to make the push. Infantry found by Sonics. They've also turned up to the fray, so this area currently is hella busy. Yeah, with Petrichor also falling. I was waiting to see if it did come through, and it is Mamu, the last one to go down. Sonics now come into view of Tiamba. Are they ready to receive this? Everyone's been caught in the middle now. That's clear. There's a bit of breathing room.
Look at that. Navi is still putting up a fight on the other side. Double nade comes in. Molly is there to follow as well. So first one's going to fall. Oh, it's Wicked's own Molly. Fell down with a Molly in hand. That's so unfortunate. Tap does go down and returns, and now it's just best of luck left alive. But Navi doing everything they can and have been doing everything they possibly can to stay alive for as long as possible. It was an unfortunate one on that south side. I mean, I think DA thought they were coming in as the last team to kind of fourth party that fight, but who knows? Apparently 2 other teams wanted to go in there, and that was Tiamba and Sonics as well. So thought they were the ones to bring the surprise, and they were the ones to be surprised in the end of it.
I mean, both of these rosters are basically feeding Gen G at this point. Like, once you're done here, you have to go up against the Giants, and honestly, it's almost important. Sparking does reclaim one back, but the 2-for-1 nade earlier on has caused a lot of damage to maze them. Pause for a second. The trade-off is there for VP. At least get something out of it. It may not be much, but they'll take whatever they can get at this point, as the final player will fall. Akkad and Akari working simultaneously, but the wraparound is coming from Sonics. 2 different angles, 2 different approaches. It's problematic, and there's only 1 player left standing. He's taken up residency on where we saw VP's final stand earlier on. And still, for Sonics, Tiamba's pushing on this one. They're pushing up to the edge of the white, and this will deny land movement and make life so hard for Sonics to get into this circle.
It's so fun seeing kind of the yin and yang of what's going on here with Tiamba taking full control. As I say that, there goes Sparking, there goes a Freak of Freaks as well, down to just 4 teams now. No, but seeing Tiamba going out on this ridge line, taking full control the style they always do, and then you have the counterpart in Enterforce 36, who had a chance to push down, who had a chance to go over and take the fight to Tiamba for that hilltop control, but they've been playing it so quiet on their side of the circle. Not necessarily a bad thing, but they've been very passive down there, and now they're all the way on the edge towards the blue. They do find See Flush, unfortunately not going their way, but they're so quiet, so passive in their playstyle, and it really has come to bite them a lot of times before. So hoping to see something now from Enterforce 36. They had a chance to push early, they didn't. Now Tiamba has full control.
Yeah, the amount of map coverage Tiamba is holding is ridiculous. And don't get me wrong, there's a potential chance that Gen.G may catch 1 or 2 of them out in the open. It's probably not going to happen, given that they're so focused on a different roster altogether, but H-Win falls, comes down to Mime to try and get them, claw them into the top 3. Going to be difficult given his position. Circle, it's all kinds of favorable to Tiamba. Mings is on the back just to watch for any snakes or any last-minute stragglers who want to try and approach them and backfill, but ultimately, it's really hold forward, because E36, Gen.G, it now comes down to who dies first. There'll be mutual self-destruction, E36 up on a hillside. Like, it is a barren landscape. That is a death run if I've ever seen it.
It's so wild to me that Enterforce 36 sits in 14th place with just 20 points in the whole weekend so far. They have had so many positions. If you go back and watch the games, they've had so many like phase 4, phase 5 positions where you go, damn, they're gonna go out and they're gonna harvest kills. It just never happens. It just never happens. It's just not their playstyle to go aggressive in situations where they can, if they also have a chance to kind of wait it out. And it's really been what's helped them from achieving those good end games so many times. And now again, they're running around in the open here. They had a chance to push earlier, and it's just unfortunate to see, because they're a really smart team in their decision making. They just have to go more aggressive.
So there is a bit of a knock-on effect here by Mime shooting into Gen.G. He's drawn the attention of them, and then instantly E36 is basically forced into this fight, and it's caused them all kind of problems, and it's just, they're battering one another. It gives, all of a sudden, Mime a small window of opportunity to get into the fight. He's got himself second place. By being that nuisance, he has drawn and garnered the attention and decided, you know what, I'm not even going to bother with it. We'll just bow out. We won't give Gen.G any more points whatsoever. And all of a sudden, with a very fiery game, Toby, our top 5 teams going into Erangel are separated by a mere 10 points. 10 points is all that stands potentially once we're at the end of it, rolling into it, between them and 300 grand. Like, we have got a very tight grand finals. This is a very even, Steven, across the board, and we wouldn't ask for anything else with only 3 games left.
Oh no, by no means. This is going to be a nail-biter all the way to the end. It always is, and somehow every new week keeps making it that much more exciting. Instantly bringing me back to last week when DA and Zenith, sitting in first and second respectively, fought in the last game in the last 4v4 fight for that weekly win. I mean, this one could easily go down and become just as exciting. As you say, 5 teams right now playing for the top. Could be even more a few games from now, but you can see Gen.G here as well. They know they have the chances, they know they have the spots, but in this one, just too many teams around them. They held their focus up towards the north, which makes perfect sense. They didn't want to allow for Meta to cross. They didn't want to allow for Navi to cross earlier, but while doing so and kind of maintaining their focus up in that direction, Tiamba was just allowed way too much control down towards the south. They cleared out everything, they wiped them out, and they played it incredibly well.
They came into match number 2 in 7th place, so a valiant win helps them out on the road to the Grand Championship, certainly within this weekend finals. There's a lot to be said, but there's a lot on the line. I think that's now the telltale sign of what we're about to see unfold, you know, in front of our eyes. This is rather exciting. With the biggest prize that we've seen thus far throughout all these weekend finals, we know it's starting to escalate up. With the crowdfunding that's also on the line, the money is just mind-boggling. Anything can happen across these next 3 games. Anyone could be knocked off that #1 spot. Anyone can come and rise from the mid-ranks all the way to the top. There's only 3 more matches left to do it. For now, I'll pass it back to Steve in the desk and give us a bit more information on game number 2.
Kind of exciting, Sim says. This is wildly exciting. Out of nowhere. Tiamba, I'm saying out of nowhere. They've been doing good. Gen G step up to the plate and hit a home run. MCG falls flat on their face for another game. What I thought coming into the final day was going to be done and dusted, as my good friend Rich says, is anything but. Let's take a look back at the highlights, Martin.
Yeah, super interesting highlights here in general. These Western endings here are super rough, and especially because of the whole rotations that you're coming in from, and also where the teams...
There's just nothing to play.
Yeah, like you anticipate to beat in some specific areas, and it surprises them again and again. Here, Balefrost and some of the shots coming in from Oath in a rough situation today. They haven't had the best of it.
No, they... That's an understatement. They haven't had the best of it. Yeah, they had a rotation where they came. Oh, look at this cleanup by Day Trade, but they themselves also. That was a bloody fight, by the way, on the west side.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Oath came in on the north. They didn't really have anywhere to play once they got cut out, and they just kind of drove in. Petrichor was waiting for them. T1 also had to fight on the south. And the south and the west specifically were both incredibly brutal. Navi, although they were able to hold off the team of Multi-Circle Gaming, they eventually got burned out. Meta went down behind a building as well, all 3 of them. It was nuts. But what I really liked, Martin, was the fact that Gen G set themselves up in this position from the start.
Yeah, this whole push and play that they had up from this north side, like if they maybe had, you know, capitalized a little bit early on to Enter Force's position, then they wouldn't lost out on this, and Tiamba wouldn't have so much space to play with. But you know, yeah. Sonic's for like the first kind of a 1-2 punch from E36, and then Mime coming in and also ruining a bit of their play, had like no chances against Tiamba here. Absolutely no chances. Tiamba winning it, taking it home, putting themselves into a fairly nice spot coming into the last 3 games here, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'd say. I am guessing. I think with the MCG going out so early, that's going to be, they're looking at 4th, 3rd, maybe. That's a pretty good spot going into 3 games left, no matter how you slice it. But the reality of the situation is thus. VP went out with only 1 kill. Petrichor went out early, granted 5 kills, but not much in the way of placement. MCG drops like a rock at the start of this thing. And what that does is it blows the options open for the rest of the teams trying to get into this thing. Gen G, Tiamba, and even, dare I say, Sonics has a shot.
Whoa.
Sonics could be in 4th with 3 games left to play. This is one from a maybe 7-horse race to significantly larger, Martin.
Yeah, it's honestly a lot closer than I thought it would be. And also, you know, the leading in day 1 curse kind of coming through as well for MCG is sad to say. They have 3 more games to go. They can still bring it back, but yeah, it's been a rough start for them. It's kind of sad considering how dominant they were yesterday with 2 wins, good overall performance in terms of general kills and average kill count. But yeah, it's been a rough one for them for this year, and no more than 3 kills, but everybody taking first place here. Besto, Linshun, Lorena, Mime, and M200 sharing that first place, top 5 kills, and also why we're seeing only 5 kills here, or 3 kills, and these 5 guys, is that it's a rough circle. Like, there's so much rotations going on, there's so much pressure coming out, and in general, just a rough rotation for a lot of these teams.
Which ultimately is good news for a team like MCG, Godspeed. When no other team gets double-digit kills, sure, they go out early, but it's less points going towards teams trying to pass you, right? When the points are spread out, it's good news if you're not the one capitalizing on those.
Absolutely, but that's kind of the issue with MCG is, as we talked about, they had 2 wins, right? And then they've had some back-to-back bad games, and for us, I mean, that's really, it comes down to consistency, and I feel like MCG has not been able to find that consistency, and Tiamba's much of the same. I mean, they spent the first 2 weeks of this entire event in the bottom 16. They didn't even make it through the weekly finals. And so it also seems that Tiamba, although they're fantastic when they do get a circle and they get a lot of room to work with, they've struggled when it came to actually adapting and rotating in circles where they've had to play hard edge, which is, as I was talking to Paperthin, said that's not something they've had to deal with in PCS. So, you know, coming into this event, they've been inconsistent as well.
I think a lot of these teams have come up against things that they have not had to deal with before, though I've got a few things that we've all dealt with many times. It's a few messages, and then we'll be back with game number 3 shortly.
Climbing and climbing, humble, yeah. I'm in my squad, feeling like I know I'm the greatest, I crumble, yeah. Made it from the bottom to the top, I did it there. Got double players, never fighting, breathing for air. Aiming and locking, shoot. The winner takes it all, taking it all. No one breaking in his mind, boy. Are you ready? Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Aiming and locking, shoot. The winner takes it all, taking it all. Shoot. Aiming and locking. You know that nobody like me, cause I'm faster and I'm stronger. You can have me, let me guarantee. The winner takes it all. You ready?
There's a guy in the shack below us on blue marker, but I only saw one guy. I think we can drive by crash him.
We have to go. Pick me up.
We're driving crashing.
Yeah, crash the shed.
He's smoked out. There might be more than one. In front of us.
He pre-naded, he pre-naded.
Crashing.
One more inside.
He naded again.
Heal up. Nice shot. Good job.
Welcome back. My name is Tommies. I'm joined by the intrepid Avenger and the legendary Godspeed as we prepare for the final 2 games of the weekly final. Hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line. One of the biggest prize pools in PUBG history this weekend. The biggest prize pool in PUBG history. No, FPS history for this entire event, and one of the top biggest payouts in esports. My friends, welcome back. This is the PUBG Global Invitational.S. Let's take a look at the schedule with 2 more left to play. I'm super confused. 3 more left to play. I was clearly excited about getting that $700,000, boys. Only 2 games down, 3 more to go, but all of them, Martin, are on the beautiful, beautiful Erangel.
Yes, it's gonna be a change of scenes, and it's gonna be going into 3 more games. No excuses, all about the win. And we've got a few teams that are vying for it. And the standings, look at this. This is exciting. Look at that. Oh my god. So the top teams, they actually kind of flaunted a little bit and made it possible for these teams to come back, right? MCG now down to 4th. Tianpa jump into 3rd. Impressive. And now it's, I would say, from 11th place, they have a chance, like, all the way up to 4th place. It's literally only 14 points different. It's one good game for like a double-digit chicken dinner from infantry, and they're literally in the top 4.
So yeah. Godspeed, yesterday when we logged off, when we called it a day, we said that, there was 8 teams maybe in Money Strike. Do you still feel the same? How far down do you put payouts in terms of feasibility in 3 games?
I agree with Martin. I think up to 11th. I think there's 11 teams potentially here that could really make it in the money. I do kind of want to give Meta that edge as well, but I do expect that the teams are going to push that cap forward, and so it's not going to be 53 points. I will say those Sonics, they're making a little bit of a climb. Love the play from Mime there. He really did save them. Got a second some points.
Yeah.
They just need to come together. I have to say though, on the other side of things, I don't really know if Oath or Freak and Freaks at this point can make it in the money. If they have 3
wins?
banger games, 3 wins, 2 or 3 wins, like 10 kills each, yes, but man, that's really disappointing for most of those teams.
No. At this point, they're salvaging their pride. You've seen those those war movies where the guy's sitting there trying to hold his stomach together. Like that's what it feels like for Oath and Freaks. They're just trying to.
So realistically, if either one of those teams have a bad game again going into this one, for the last 2 games, I think they just try something, or at least, as you said, try to salvage and get some points, because they're going to go into the next weekly finals. Obviously, they're going to get all 16 games on if they don't win one, but. Yeah, after this game, if it's another 1 or 2 point game, I think they just, I don't know. Have fun.
Martin.
Try something new.
Martin, metagaming. You picked them as a dark horse to maybe get the kill leads this week. Didn't happen. It's not happening. What's going on?
Rough scenes for them, to be honest. I was I mean, they're getting into decent placement. They're just not getting the kills. 9th, 6th, 16th here, but 7th, 4th, 5th. Like, why are they not fragging out? Is my question. I don't know if the synergy's off, but then again, they could turn on and do well here in Erangel. But they have not been turning on. But I really hope that Freaks and Oath they really turn on here in the last 3 games.
Yeah.
Especially maybe so they avoid last place. That would be fantastic.
It would be nice. Meadow was hanging out with Hanzia and Freaks this week, so maybe it rubbed off a little bit. VP doing very well, fifth in the pick'ems, 130K. And tell me why they were the right team to choose, Godspeed.
Why you were the one that chose them? Is that what you're saying? Whether were
no. I mean, they struggled the last game, but they do seem to be doing some things right. And I'm curious what it is. Is it placement driven? What is it?
They've just been really consistent, man. Batulans, I feel like, puts them in positions always where they can, at the very least, rotate or find themselves in a proactive state. Like they're always moving forward. They're always in a decent position to rotate or take a team fight. Again, I think the issue for VP has mostly been timing, which is an easy fix generally, but I think VP has played really well over the course of this event. I mean, even the games that they didn't win in the weekly finals of past, like they got so close, and that's a really strong team, despite, again, having a sub, their coach.
I often forget that, Martin. I often forget that this is not the team that they set out to bring to this thing, but you make do with what you can. And that's what these guys have done. We'll see if the climb continues. I'll tell you what, with this amount of money on the line, peaking in the last 2 weeks is the way to go. Who will continue the rise with 3 games left to play and hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line? Let's see who can step up as we head to the island of Erangel with the voices of Sims and Toby.
Thank you, Steve. Yes, indeed. Let's lay the road out here. Let's kind of bring ourselves into focus and realize what's at stake and just how close this competition has landed us. We go in with 3 games left. Our top 5 is separated by 10 points. Our top 10, just 21 points. We only have 3 matches left, Toby, to decide who wins $300,000.
And that's without the crowdfunding. We're looking more like close to, or halfway close to $1 million, something around, I think, 730. If my math is anywhere close to correct. I mean, this is insane. The fact that it's this close coming into, no one's been able to separate themselves, and once they have, teams have always come back and taken control right after. It's wild. It's completely wild to me that things are still this close, and also a little wild to me that day trade seems like Infantry's hot drop on day trade and therapy yesterday paid off, because they are nowhere near. They did not want to find that thanks of service for going down towards them. As you can see in the map, Infantry all alone now. They got therapy again, and Xiaoyang, I guess he'll be happy with that.
3 teams are going to be sitting safely over on Sosnovka. How safely that will fare us, we shall see. Infantry holding the west road, Genji holding the east road. Circle actually fortifies itself over the farm complex, so we have a central point teams going to be working towards. The river does separate them, and don't get me wrong, we could have a really nasty, horrible southern hard shift, and then it's a 50-50 coin toss of where the circle's going to be ending up. So it's something still to keep in the back of our minds of what could happen, and it's not necessarily out of the realms of possibility just yet. MCG, let's just very briefly kind of, we're looking at Tiamba at the moment, previous round winners, get themselves up in 3rd position, so fantastic job thus far. But let's kind of just make note of how things can go from good to bad. VP, a solid win with a load of kills sends them up into 1st place. MCG, though, Toby, like game after game, they have fallen. The Titans from the #1 spot down into 4th. Now, they're still within reach and distance of it, don't get me wrong, and they had a phenomenal performance yesterday, so that can now be replicated for the next 3 games. But, like, small, minute mistakes, and yes, we did have some hell in a cell style circles, but small, minuscule mistakes can really cost you big within this lobby.
I mean, it's pretty safe to say that one mistake here or there could be the difference in whether or not you make it into the like top 5 or whether you sit outside top 10. Especially when there's only 10 games to play. One bad game that could have been, let's say, a 7-8 point game that then becomes a 2 or 1 point game. That can be the difference right there. I mean, we've seen it before, where 1 or 2 points in total, like after all 10 games are over, that's the difference between something along the lines of 5 or 6 teams. So easily, one misstep could be very, very, very impactful when there aren't more games played in each weekly final than this. But we'll see. We'll see if those mistakes can be mistakes that have already been made, if they can be made up for in these final 3 games now.
Take a quick check-in with the map, and we'll kind of discuss how this circle might play out and where certain areas may come into play again. It all kind of depends on that first circle. We get that suddenly hard shift, and then we're just really... It's the counterbalance of which way we're going to go, the complete coin toss scenario. Some teams have been setting up and staying their feet on Sosnovka, other ones that are working their way to the coast. But at the moment, Genji is sitting in the very prime position. They're central of the map. They've left PO over by Milta. Whether or not he comes out from there and regroups the rest of the roster, is there just to maybe keep a track of any teams that want to, Freak of Freaks especially, through Milta town, although I don't think they're that stupid to actually drive through the town, because you're just asking to be killed. Then you can go up towards the woodland area. You'll have the garage compounds you can play off the back of. Now, when we look towards the farm complex, there's a couple of places just up from it. You're going to see the 2 split garage compounds, or the two small housing compounds at least. MCG will take a 2-2 split in both of those. So both sides of the road are going to be taken. That's quite a pivotal and prime position. Further afield, I look towards that dusty dirt road on the top, Toby, the one that has the little shacks here and there, then rolls off into a plateau. There's so many times we see fights and third parties in abundance up there. Yes, it's high up, but the amount of land coverage when you go up there is very limited. There's no hard cover, and we just see teams either getting third party from behind as they roll upside of the hill off the little level 3 compound down below, or if they're just fighting for survival along that winding road. Like, once you come off the back of it and you roll down the hill, straight down to farm, that is such a barren open wasteland.
And one of the big things about that road in particular that we kind of see Sonics make their way up towards right now is that those fights, they normally happen surprisingly early on in the game. A lot of teams that want to go up here, they want to try and claim some sort of position from where they can scout the way forward down the hill, as you said. Such a good opportunity for vision up on that hill overlooking the entire farm area. So teams, they stumble into each other here. Phase 1, maybe Phase 2 with the second circle shifting down towards the south. And a lot of the teams will be eliminated or massively hurt and damaged prior to anything really happening. You can see already now Spiro driving around trying to figure out what's up with the compound that multi-circle have control of currently. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see at all if we saw engagements now up on that hillside that you're just talking about. 726 for okay, so I was 4,000 off, but $726,000 for first place this week, Rich. That is absolutely insane.
How do you quantify that? I mean, at this stage, we're talking about, okay, I mean, for me, I think that's 3 Lamborghinis.
I was going to say, you can almost buy a car in Denmark for those money. That's wild. You can get yourself a Fiat Punto or something like that. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
I mean, over here, you can buy a 20-person house up in the north. Hell, you can buy an entire city where I live. Good Lord, that is a substantial, life-changing amount of money. And we are not even at the grand finals yet. This is just the stepping stone. This is the placeholder before the main event next weekend. $700,000. We've been... And again, I wanted to make sure everything was calculated. We've been working off the back burner. This is a $300,000 game. Well, it ain't. It's more than doubled. With the crowdfunding, like confirmed now, over 700 grand. One of these teams is going to walk away. And then they get a shot at over another million next weekend. This is ridiculous money.
If the percentile, the way it looks right now, I mean, it's probably going to increase by a bit coming into the final week, but if it sits where it is right now, we're looking at something along the lines of 1.25, maybe $1.3 million the final week for the winning team alone. That is, I mean... this prize pool this week is more than what I want to say a lot of these teams are probably ever going to get a chance to fight for. There's no guarantee in what's going to happen. We see it after every global event that there's a lot of roster changes and whatnot. But next week, some teams, some players may never even get close to that amount of prize pool opportunity ever again. Because that is absolutely insane.
Yeah, it struck me when you mentioned it yesterday, and it really didn't sink in until, you kind of worded it like that. There's for some of these teams, if they never make a world championship again, if they never have something, if they never see something this big, like this may be not only the biggest prize we've ever played for, but for forever. Like, you might not be able to reach the upper echelon of this kind of cost again, and for some, well, it will change lives. Yeah, like it's just it really does boggle my mind. It's rather hard to quantify that level of cash when it's not even a grand finals. It's just. Okay. So now we know what's on the line. Now we really know what's going to happen at the end of this when it's all said and done. Circle, still a minute out, and then it comes down to a little bit more down towards the south. Everyone else, I think, is within inside the circle at this point. I don't see any teams lingering outside unless they're very, very high up by Severny or something like that. Everyone has come down from the mountainside. Everyone is now in a home position that they have to lock their feet into. Your potential early conflicts may come from the west side. You'll see T1, Daytrade, who are currently on your screen. T1's very sporadically spread out, but that's to try and catch Daytrade on rotation. It's the only team that's going to be behind them. It's the only team that they really need to deal with. it's a rather obscure set of circumstances to be working with. Did I just see an Did I just see a UMP on that player? Maybe I was wrong. I'm hoping it's not. I was wrong yesterday. I mistook an M24 for a shotgun, so anything's possible.
That is true. I like Star-Lord's positioning here, but we've talked about it before. You and I have talked about it too, how T1, one of the main downsides were losing players early in situations where they didn't have to. Now, I like how Star-Lord is positioned to try and prevent and kind of cut off this rotation, but if he goes down here, there's very limited, pretty much no chance of him getting back on his feet with the opponent or teammates being so far away. Now let's see, are we going down to military? No. We're going up towards the north. It's practically guaranteed at this point. But I don't want to see Star-Lord be this far out from his teammates right now. It's simply just too much of a risk that they shouldn't really have to take at like this early on in the game.
Kind of what we may have anticipated. Metagaming are now in the prime position to try and receive this one. VP probably want to get to the backside of those buildings. They're actually crossing one another on transition. I'm not sure what the play is. I think they're just trying to get out of the way of it. They were looking onwards at this farm area, but with Metagaming's presence, they decided to opt and turn away from it. They will probably go up towards that plateau road, the one that we spoke about at the very start of the game. The first victim of this map will fall. It's going to be long. Mamu, unless he can play medic and get there just in the nick of time, crawl towards him. It's going to be sketchy. I've got you, buddy. Don't worry. The defib is out, and away we go. But Author, they're coming for this? Do they want the frag points?
I mean,
they
know
pull up
it.
and try and quick drive-by, maybe?
If there's a team that lives with no fear, that's these guys. We saw what happened 2 weeks ago, or maybe 3 weeks, not counting the TBP tournament in the middle. But in week 3, when they realized they couldn't really make it, they just started hot dropping and doing crazy stuff, realizing they were out of the money anyway. Of course, now there are still 3 games to play, so a little more on the line still for them. But they're sitting down with 12 points in this weekly final so far. So if there's a team that all of a sudden goes out and start playing without a fear in their life, that could easily be Oath. So if I'm Betrico, might just want to get my gang together and get away from that side of the circle.
DA scouting, still looking on the opposing side of how they want to approach this to make sure that it is safety once they get across that bridge. First point of contact might be made with the shots coming down from Mings. Don't get me wrong, it's silence, but still. It will give the level of information maybe that VP needs. You get the audible cue that the vehicles are rotating around them, and this is their first real problem. The question is, do they want to force this situation, or do they want to keep passive and kind of just chill for now? Like, forcing it, it would be good because eventually they are going to work their way upside that hill. They might even work around them now and just keep scouting back. So VP is on red alert. Like, it's a very open area around them. That's the only problem.
Yeah.
You're not going to get approach from down south because it's that uphill struggle. Like, you're just dragging that car up that hill. So it's a very low and slow approach. They won't be hit from the south, but from the north is much in an abundance, and they know a player's already there, at least a team. Promo code on your left-hand side. Get it while you can, as quickly as possible. I won't spend too long on it because very shortly this is all about to kick off, and I think I just copped also for Sonics. I have to say, Toby, that was an AWM in play.
Yeah. They picked one up in the field earlier, down towards Pachinki. I believe Strimsy got their hands on it. We'll see if he was also the one to keep it. DA, smart rotation, scouted forward. I think a shot come in a bit too early for Norrens there. They had plenty of space. They could have potentially taken the fight, but again, drive-by meta being a thing, you don't want to take a fight to a 4-man team driving forward towards you when you're only 2 guys there. So smart, they took the shot early. They forced DA to go the other direction, and now they can rotate back themselves as well. This next circle is going to be wild. We're still seeing some pretty big splits in the center of what is the current circle. Meta taking a lot of control. We have a 2-1-1 split from Gen G. Infantry and a wide 2-2 split as well. Now let's see where the circle goes and if those teams will be able to maintain those splits. Circle. Okay, down to the south we go. Next one's going to shift away from water, so we know with that it's going to center on nothing. It's just going to center on the field between Sonics and Infantry. That's going to be terrible to play around. So good luck, have fun, everyone. 700,000 on the line. Why not force everyone to fight in the open?
I did not anticipate this. I really didn't. I think VP, I honestly thought VP had the strongest point in the position. It would just kind of roll towards between them and Farmlands. Instead, now, everyone just has to go for the mad dash. VP's about to go past Infantry. Look in the kill feed for potential knocks, potential frags, anything else. Unfortunately, Summer has gone down. Sparking answers. That's the 1-2. Thank you, Nate comes out. Third person will fall. MCG It's going from bad to worst. First position coming into this, and now all of a sudden, Evil Lee is staring down the barrel of a 16th placement. It's all gone, Pete Tong, unfortunately, when we look to the side of Multi-Circle Gaming, and slowly but surely, they are working the league table in the wrong way. It's bad, it's catastrophic. From what a performance yesterday, and now this again, I feel so sorry for him. He has to be playing on the mental attributes. Like, this is not good.
No, it is everything from it. It's so unfortunate. We talked about it coming into the day, in the beginning of the games today, said that there has been a thing, I don't like to call curses, but there has been a thing that the teams that do incredibly well in the first day, they have been falling off in the day to come, and it's just happened for, I believe they have 1 point across the entire 3 games today. It's just been a no-show day for Multi-Circle Gaming so far. Now, they are still, because of the buffer they had initially, they are still within reach, but they desperately need to turn things around for the final 2 in order to have a chance here.
I mean, he's just going to have to bail into a shack. There's really nothing else he can do. I feel so sorry for them. Like, it's never ending. Ay. Okay, well, there was the opportunity that we spoke about. Boliang, first victim to fall from the green machine. H-Win finds him. That's a headshot coming down from the AWM. Where's that? Okay, that's from the compound across from them. So, yeah, Sonics are actually in a very fortified and very, very strong position here. VP, not so much. They're playing with a shack, and that nade will do a lot of damage. Snakers. Fine Spyro. Batulins is also weak, and the second one finds him. VP, another team up towards the top that is struggling. That's a headshot on Hyruzen. If he just scrapes his shoulder with that bullet, that's a 3rd player going down.
This is huge. I mean, if Oath can make some space here, if they can cross over and take control, that's massive for them. Look at the amount of control they already sit on. They're going to get the circle with this shift, I would assume, as well. It should go somewhat straight up towards the north. We'll see. Yep, a little bit to the east, but if they can take out VP here, they have full control of the rope. The double nade comes in again. They committed to the rest, and there it is once more with the molly to come. That should be at least 2 of the VP players down. It's just Lou now left alive, trying to do damage. Now, we have seen what this guy can do on his own. He is a terrifying player to have to go up against, but 1v Oath and 1v DA potentially as well. We'll see how long VP stays alive in this game.
Mert, first one to fall for the side of Digital Athletics. Shrimsy kicking off. That's 1 player down. They've now been battered away into the open arms of infantry vehicles there. Marco gets the run over, but unfortunately it's going to be on the wrong side of the player. Within the last man standing, 9 is damaged. They're looking in top of the car. Bye-bye, DA. Another 16th placement. Another team that's been struggling today thus far. Sylphia will step up with the rest of E36 and try and get involved towards the side of Petrichor. Our number 1 seed has fallen, Toby. Just like that, they've been pushed aside.
Did Interforce just go aggressive? And it worked out. Thank you, guys. Thank you for showing that you have that option as well within the playbook. I loved it. They went aggressive while they're still outside the circle. They went aggressive. They took out Petrichor. Now they have to find their way further forward, but I mean, every small victory amounts to something big in the end of it. At least usually it does. I loved that play from them. They had the chance to try and wrap over the north and play a more passive position up on the few trees they have there. But they said, you know what, there's only really one thing to do if we want to go down to Eminence position. We have to go through Petrichor. And they did, and it worked out. So Petrichor out now. VP, 1 player alive. We'll see again how long Luke can stay put for tied for first. And when we talked about it with Multi-Circle Gaming going down earlier, Sims, all these other teams that are seeing the top team struggle right now, they're on the hunt. They are desperately on the hunt. This should be Lou out. Yep, there you go. Top 2 out. Tianba, 4 alive, in a good position in the circle. They're looking for something here for sure.
T1 with a quick drive-by to say hello, decide not to get involved with the fight. They're looking for somewhere to call home, and it's been very, very difficult. Maybe they push. Maybe infantry feels the full force, but they are ready to rock and roll. They are ready to receive this. Dangche, Aqua 5, done, dusted, they're gone. E36 is now having a bit of a difficulty towards the side of a freak of freaks. Let me see in the blunt end of the SLR. Snakers on to Sylphia also. Adder just looking for this final player that is down, but not out just yet. Longsker could be getting that one with a pull-up. Is the mine down? Is the nade there? It absolutely is. It does damage as well. Damage out of the car is fantastic. Now we can try and take this 1 versus 1 scenario. There is still 2 players round the back. should get the audible cue that the first aid is also being used. If he wants to kind of turn around on this one and get involved in the fight, he's clipped his shoulder. He knows he's there, but he saw the molly being cycled.
The timing adder's doing all kinds of work to try and stay alive, and now it's going to wrap back on the other side. Then Molly is thrown inside, so can't go back in. As you can see, the smoke is blocking all vision. He's going to go inside, and there's a headshot at 09 from the side. Takes him down. Solid play. He heard him through the smoke, dropped the heal for a split second, peeked out, got the kill. A little bit of help from Tiampa coming in on the side, I believe it was, doing damage towards him. But Infantry, they stay alive for now, and with all these top teams going down early, I mean, sitting at 44, 5 kills already, and 4 players with the center of the circle, they could skyrocket themselves in this game up into a top 4 spot.
Gen G has eyes on the prize when it comes to the side of Na'Vi. Bullets have been fired, and it's time to move. Get in the car. Get in the car, Senya. You've got to go now, because all of a sudden, Gen G's knocking at the door. They remove the tires. They make it that much harder for him. That much more difficult to rotate. But you know what? They're opting not to take the fight. Na'Vi, however, have turned up to DXG's back garden. Fergus sees one through the door. The damage is done from the back lines, though. Oh, my word. Na'Vi tried to run away from Gen G and inadvertently have put themselves in a position that they are completely open to gunfire. Senya, smoke will go down. He's just got to try and do anything in terms of stability or survivability. For Gen G, well, they're the ones that have actually paid off from that fight. They've been able to third party, and DXG has also had damage done to them.
I mean, splitting PUBG up that hillside is such a 9 billion IQ play on their part. Senya trying to make a run forward. Not going to happen. Na'Vi fall in 11th. Tough one for them. They tried to make the play. Senya got his tires popped by Genji, and Genji just kept being a pain in the butt for all the teams trying to force that fight on the side. Now Tianba, they're going to come in response to this. They heard the commotion. They saw Na'Vi fall down. They get the final kill on 1, and now they have a chance to make a pretty aggressive play onto DXG here should they want to, but as I say that, Lorena goes for the more passive approach. They're waiting for them outside, hopefully maybe for Tianpa. The circle will shift away, and you can see here, Sylvia, this is the push from Interforce 36 to come around the side. Nothing you're going to do there. Smart plays by Interforce to get those kills, and back to them we go. Down on the south side, unfortunately, things didn't really go for them after that one. Phase 5 now in the blue. Aminot trying to go for a first day, but that's going to be it.
Yeah, there's nothing really you can do here, given Sonic's position. Presence has been noted, and he's really just in a time limit at this point. Nothing else he can do. No first aids. Band is, yeah, he's dead. He'll throw as many nades out as he can just to cause distraction and be a nuisance, but ultimately they will go down in 10th. Day trade. Are they next on the chopping block when you're on the side of Sonics? They have to come out from the security of their compound. That's just given that it's outside of the white. They are in a very barren landscape. This is the problem.
Yeah.
There's a few little defilates they can fall off the back of and try and stay out the line of sight when it comes to Oath, but ultimately, it's not the best position in the world. Balefrost hits the world, bangs H1 in the head, and slows down Sonics once again.
This is as good a circle as Sonics could have really hoped for in this position. They only have 2 players from Oath to worry about right now, but as you said, Balefrost is doing all kinds of damage towards them. If Balefrost gets knocked here, there's nothing I would assume that it's going to allow for Snakers to go back and get the rest, especially with only 40 seconds to go until the new circle pops. And you can see Infantry here playing full control. They get the circle again. They're practically the only team, the only 4 players inside the circle, with the exception of a few Tiamba players up towards the north. And this circle as well, for Tiamba, Sega's playing in perfectly. They know they have DXG still inside the compound, and they just sit below now and try and hold them out. The only thing is they cannot allow for a team like Sonics to wrap on the west side and get to shoot them from within. They have to sit tight, they have to wait for it, and now all kinds of chaos is going to unfold towards the east.
Gaming going for the hard push. Try and work this little ridge line, but there's nothing else much more than that. Day trade. Wait, hold on for a second. That's a 2-for-1. Sonics have spotted Day trade. Out in the open, they've landed the absolute Kobe of a nade. Takes out 2. H-Win still lurking with the AWM. Venotica now worried inside the shack, begging for dear life. He needs them to leave him alone. They are outside of the circle here. For Sonics, they can just rotate, get inside the circle now. You still have to be aware that Infantry does hold that compound. They've been here for a hell of a long time, and they are defending it with their lives, and rightfully so. It's a very strong compound. It's the only compound for this circle.
It really is. No one else can do anything to push down towards them right now with everyone being forced to fight one another. So infantry are getting pretty much a freebie on that one. The double comes in. Daytrit goes kaboom. And Sonics wrap themselves up some more kills with it. 5 so far in the game and probably more to come. We'll see how things go from him. I'm already finds Balefrost. That's one of them down. Loki with the AK Bison combo. That's not something we see too often, but we gotta give props to Gen G regardless of how this fight unfolds. How often do we see this in play? How often do we see this? We really ever see it? I mean, regardless of how this unfolds, Sims, Gen G has played this one so smart. They split up the hill. Now they wrap up towards the north side once more to take control outside the compound.
Yeah, it's not easy as well with the limited hard cover that they have. They're using the blue to their advantage in the fact that they're just blocking off any line of approach from behind them, keeping that side clear so they can focus uphill. They know down to the south it's very open for them. Vision is well and truly within their grasp here, so no one can really push them from down south or from behind, and they have to just focus fights towards the top. So rotating constantly, it's going in their favor, and they're making it work. And you know they're working their way up the leaderboards. We wouldn't expect any less from Gen G. Look, this is a world championship, double world championship team, and so far they have just been firing on all cylinders when it comes to these weekend finals. But you know, we're reaching the end of it. Is it time to be grabbing those wins when they matter most? We haven't had a win from them yet in a weekend final, which is kind of surprising. They've got close. The 2 third places so far. Is this the weekend where they make it happen?
Infantry could not ask for any more than this. The circle going their way. Freaks go down once more. 9 kills now for Sonics as they keep on pushing up the leaderboard. Still 3 alive on the team. Only issue is their rotation to come here. Yes, they do have the vehicles. I'm not sure how many smokes they've got left, but they have a very, very tough rotation ahead of them. We'll see how they manage to make their win. I would assume to see them maybe try and go towards the west and see how they can set themselves up there. But right now, as you can see with the Mime, they need to do all the damage they possibly can. Solid tag coming in onto Esther. Gets him knocked. Should be able to get back on his feet, though. This is tough. This is tough. This is really, really tough. But now for DXG, they see the knock. They want to push it around. They do damage on the side. And H-Win finds Lorena with the Orm. So much damage being done on everyone towards the side except for Sonics. And now they make the push because of it.
It's time to get involved. It's time to go and see what damage they can actually do here. Ming's up on top. M200's decided to bail from the revive. Small. Okay, never mind. There is a drive-by. They make it land. That's totally fine. Confirmation, a secondary knock as well. Tiamba does answer back. Tiggleton will fall. Nades are going out, but they are being battered in a corner. Uses the blue and the vehicle for a slight amount of defense. H-Win survives, but at what cost? There's only one of them left standing. That's the problem. He's gone also. Sonics falls down. We're into our top 4.
13 kills, though. What an effort. They knew they had nothing to do on the side of infantry. They knew they had to make a play. H-Win gets the first knock. That allows for them to push forward. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out, but it's the damage coming through from them initially. They get 3 kills after they make their way up there. What a play. What an attempt from Sonics that did kind of work had it not been because of the XG over the hilltop. Now Sparking on his own here. 5 kills for him alone so far. And infantry, despite the fact that they have the compound available already, know that they cannot give up this position. They cannot let anyone sit on the shack should the next circle force them to make a move.
This is absolutely ridiculous. Infantry have come out from the safety net of their building, and it's time to clean and sweep. Make sure that nobody is within reaching distance of that central circle. The more ground that they can leverage to themselves now, the better it will be towards the long game. Last person from Meta left standing. But Gen G, the Giants of old, they're still in a very prime position. They're still ready, willing, and able to take this fight. This is going to be a good one, Toby. However, the tables have been turned. All of a sudden, Pio's fallen. Longsker spots him.
I talk about teams that sit themselves in compounds for too long. They know they never dare to push out when it comes to bite them. Infantry are the complete opposite to just that. They know we have to circle. We don't need to move, but we want to move. And look at the position they have themselves now. 9 over the top, finds 1 and 9. No, I'm not going to give you the point. Infantry find themselves the win. 10 kills. And look at this. I saw the leaderboard for a split second. I believe we have 4 teams tied now at 3rd place and down with 59 points. This Sims is absolutely insane. And infantry play it so incredibly well from the center of the circle, getting pushed time and time again. They withstand.
Have we ever seen, and will we ever see again, what is essentially now a best of 2 for $700,000? This is just bonkers. The same principle issues have happened again, where the top of the table has failed early, and the mid-pack has decided to jump on that with both arms. This is potentially one of the tightest competitions I have ever seen within my PUBG career. This is the statures that we wanted from a world championship, but it feels like the level of it is a grand championship. We're not there just yet. This is, you know, this is the calm before the storm. This is the week 5 finals. The week 6 is where it all comes down, but I don't really know.
21 points. 21 points is right now what separates. For those of you guys who don't know, that's a kill. That's an 11 kill win. Very doable. Is what separates first and 12th place right now. Just 21 points with 2 games to go. Couldn't write it up any better than this. This is insane.
That's it. That's it. Well, we're going to take a very quick break, throw it back to the desk, because this is a lot of madness that Steve and the boys have to break down. Gentlemen, enjoy.
Thank you very much. It is indeed wild. And if 21 is too much for you to deal with, let's take a look at 7 through 1, separated by 3 points. 3 points for $700,000.
That's what matters.
$700,000. That's like 200,000 a point or something ridiculous like that. So that said, congratulations for the win. Infantry now in fighting position. But let's look back at the game, Godspeed.
This man, this series is starting to get real exciting. There is so much drama as well. As you said, and as Toby said, the spread is so small on the points coming through, and it's starting to show in the gameplay as well. You're starting to see some desperate dashes from some of the teams just trying to rotate in. T1, Martin, for me, stands out as one of those teams that just tried to get in and failed.
Yeah, for sure. And in general, this snake compound in this area in between the big white on the west of that it's a rough area. Infantry managed to get into the 1-star here, and they defended it. You know, it's often where you say, or you get into positions where you get center, but they defended it again and again, and it was super polish. It was just super nice to see how well they're able to like get into positions again, reposition, nade off, push them off, and they were just surrounded at times, and they managed just to take it. And other times you see teams, you know what, take a decision. Sonics was this one. Take a decision to say, you know what, let's get as many points as we can out of this situation here. Let's do a drive-by. Tian was on the high ground. Sonic still managed to get 11 kills and get into a really good position there, now within striking distance as well. And you know what? Even the best of the worst screenwriters couldn't have made a better drama than this one.
Agreed, 100%. I mean, we're just talking about it during the game. This series is really crazy. Just look at how close every single team, and I think Sim said it best. I mean, this is a best of 2. This is a best of 2 for over $700,000. Yeah, that's mind-blowing. That's absolutely mind-blowing.
Like, we've talked ad nauseum about the stress of this event, how hard it is on the teams, you know, on and on and on. But after these numbers, after what you're looking at right now, Infantry puts up a 20-point game. Sonics, who only got 3 placement points, could care less because they get 13 kills and 16. Gen G climbs the ranks. Division X continues to perform. The stress, Martin, going into these last 2 games with the 3-point differential has to be, honestly, something that a lot of, if not all of these players haven't really dealt with before. This is insane amounts of money for 3 points.
It's 7 teams, 3 points. MGD is the next one, kind of 5 points separating them from 7, but they had 1 point in 3 games. I have no trust in them. They got the first place from yesterday. You know, okay, like if you're leading up to day 1 with 52 points. And you go in and you post.
No, they dropped the ball.
3 games with 1 point. Like, I just have no trust in them. The other guys are putting on points. They're putting on damage. They're putting in kills as well. Infantry with 40 kills out of 59 points. They are fragging out.
You know, we joked yesterday about the only way to beat MCG is to send someone to their hotel and to stand outside banging pots and pans, do some wake-up calls. I don't know what happened, but it worked. Imagine, I'm looking at the numbers real quick. MCG, you're right, 8th place, 53 points. they showed up today in first with some comfortable padding. Imagine them sitting there in their chairs right now going, what the heck happened? We're about to be on the right side of the leaderboard. Look at this thing. 61 for Petrichor, 61 for Virtus Pro. Infantry and Sonics and Tiamba tied right behind them. Call it the Sonics, though. Big climb today. Gen.G and Tiamba even closer. And Division X, who is a dark horse by every definition of the word, 3 points from $700,000. Martin, this is, have you ever seen, I don't think I've seen this before. 2 games this close?
2 games with 7 potential winners within 3-point margin. Nah, it's not for this much money, that's for sure. Yeah, I mean, may have been some smaller tournaments and stuff where it's been close, but this is just crazy. Also nice to see Oath and Freaks actually post a little bit of a game and try to put in some there. Like they might not be within reach of winning it, but it would be nicer to call themselves a top 10 team than outside the top 10 team for sure. So that's good to see. But Infantry, what a bang of a game for them. They go from 39 to 59, and Virtus Pro had a somewhat of a rough game. That 0 points, 13th. That's not going to put them ahead. Petrichor Road, 1 point from a kill in 14th place. That's not going to put them in anywhere. And the rest of the teams that are chasing, they're just leapfrogging with good placements, good kills. Fantastic game 3 here of the day.
Now let's flip the thought process a little bit here, Godspeed. We're talking about 3 points for an insane $700,000+. There is another side of this coin. Only the top 4 spots pay. They pay big. 4th place still gonna be north of 150. That said, there are, if you think about that, a bunch of teams here who are very close to being in 4th or in 4th who very likely will not make any money.
As much as it is, you're right, Steve, as much as it is about first, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are still getting a significant chunk of change. It's not just, first place wins everything. So the other important thing as well is these teams are going to play, hopefully not all 16 games, but they're going to be able to be in the lobby for all 16 games of the weekly survival, which means that even if they can come in 4th or 3rd and get a nice chunk of change going into that means that they could potentially set themselves up for an even better finish going into the next week, getting 2nd or 3rd and not having to come in 1st to win the entire event. So it's still very important as well for the teams to come into the top 4 and not just win all the money here at the end of the weekly final for week 5.
Martin, Gen.G has $153,000 already. A win here could get them, I forgot what you called it, sort of the inside draw in terms of going into next week, right?
Right, yeah, the inside gut shot. If they win this, they only need to get 3rd or 4th to be the guaranteed winner. So I know it's a lot, but usually, and what we've seen is that the last week kind of just crowns the whole championship here. Last week's winner, week 6, it's so much money that it's impossible to catch them. But with this, Gen.G has made a significant amount of cash before this. So if they win this one, they can get 3rd or 4th next week,
right,
and still win the whole thing in front of everyone else, maybe except for VP and DA.
Yeah, it's all about setting up.
Not only wearing highlighters for t-shirts, but one of the highlights of this event was them camping Infantry once upon a time because they hate that they get bridge camped in return. Is it possible that with nothing left to lose in 15th place, Godspeed, they take a little more vengeance on a team like Infantry who's at the top, close to making that 700,000?
You never really know with Oath, to be completely honest with you. They still have a chance. I always want to give these guys the benefit of the doubt that they still have a chance to maybe break in the top 8. I don't know about the top 4, but I'd like to see them do that, specifically because building that type of momentum going into the last weekly finals would be very huge for a team like Oath, who has kind of been middling in this tournament. They've been consistent as far as making the weekly finals, but they just haven't been able to clinch a top 4 spot and actually get some really good money.
We saw Sonics go crazy in the last game because they had nothing left to lose. Martin, could Meta do the same thing this time? They're low on the board at 12. Do they just go for kills?
Toby said that everyone down to 12th place, they have a chance, so I'm going to go with that.
Fair enough. Everybody does have a chance. You're right. 4th place is a lot of money. 19 points is doable, but everyone above that, everyone's got the big points already on the board, and they would have to all Literally, the top 7 teams would all have to do terrible for everyone below them to have the door reopened. But this is a massive best of 2. We started with a BO10, but the reality is with the 700,000 on the line, it's a BO2 for who will take home the lion's share. $700,000 for first place, plus the bragging rights of coming back in one of the most competitive finals we've ever seen. The time is now. The statements must be made. The teams are in the air. Let's head now to the match powered by Intel and the voices of Sims and Toby.
8 down, 2 to go. And a mere amount of points separating our top 9 teams. This is just absolutely ridiculous. When we've already got teams that are up and above $200,000, we are going to take a monumental jump in the leaderboards. When these 2 games are said and done, one of them will be walking away with over $700,000 in the bank. It's a mind-boggling amount of money, and there's only 2 games that can change the tide of which team walks away with it, Toby. This is just utter insanity.
I can't even begin to comprehend it. Just, I mean, every time I hear that number said out loud, $720,000, and it's not even the final yet. It's not even the final week yet. This is, I mean, if this is anything of a telling of what's going to happen in the future for PUBG Esports, we're in for such a joy of a ride throughout all of it. This is going to be absolutely insane. And of course, a big portion of what brings this number to the total that it has is thanks to all of you guys out there watching and supporting. So thanks, a big shout out to all of you as well. And well, first circle of the final 2 games down towards the southwest, and look at this team who found their way down there. Gen G, they don't usually opt to go down here, but a lot of their customary loot spots have been taken away from them. Milta wasn't really within reach, and now they loot southwest. We saw what happened, Sims. We saw what happened last time Gen G got a center position and went there early. They liked sort on the edge last time they went center. They fell apart early. What's the story gonna be for them this game?
There's the question. I'm sure see answered within the next few circles. Who, if we have any of these top teams going out, and we're getting to that point now where you've had all your backup chances, you've had all your extra lives that you've garnered throughout this competition. You give yourself enough buffer points to maybe take 1 or 2 16th places, but we look towards, and we keep banging on about it because it's such a huge fall from grace. MCG, for example, going down from 1st to 8th over 3 games. Like, it can happen to anybody. But on the other side, it can also be a dream come true. One team can just completely go off. And with how this table's really been opening up, you've had your top teams failing, your middle pack turning up, and this is why we have one of the tightest, what will lead us to a very tight Championship Sunday final matchup. Sonics have got themselves within the 3, so have Infantry. VP, thankfully, with a big win, has given himself enough buffer to be able to stay within the top 2. Petrichor Road just jumping them on kills alone, although they are tied up in points. Tiamba also, a good win from them, throws them up within the mix. And then Gen G, consistency. While they don't have the weekend finals win just yet, it is a team that we never count out because they are just so damn good at this game.
I mean, they've had 5 top 5 placements already, so more top 5 games than games outside of top 5. That's that alone is a pretty good telling story of how well Gen G has performed this week. As you said, haven't been able to seal the victory in any given game yet, but their overall performance has just been so incredible that that we can't really take anything away from them. I wouldn't know the percentage or the math behind this one, but imagine, Sims, a 4-way tie, 1st through 4th, coming into final game. I mean, it could easily happen, right? We have a 3-way tie sitting right now, 5th, or just a 4-way tie at the end of the tournament. If they're tied on top for that much money. We have a double tie right now. It's... And yeah,
go on, just take it in. Look at that figure, Toby, and just take it.
Yeah,
hold on. We'll take it in a second because someone's getting camped here. Venotica, Aqua 5 reads it like a book. Takes a free point, but yeah, just look at that number.
From last game to this game, we increased the prize pool by 6,200. That's more money than some teams win in other tournaments in total. And that's just the number we just increased the prize pool with from last game to this game. It's mind-boggling. It is absolutely insane how much money is on the line in this tournament. And I mean, again, I don't envy the pressure these guys are under right now, because as much as they go, oh, we'll just keep our head in the game, play the game, we know how to play, let's just focus on that, there's got to be a big weight on their shoulders that is flashing that big digit number. And they know for sure how much is on the line, and it's got to have an impact.
Okay, so as you can see on screen, let's get the lay of the land here. The rotations have now begun, and for any team, it's trying to avoid sudden death, losing in players on rotation. There's a lot to be said. There's a lot online. Me and Toby have harped on about it now. You know what's coming. You know what's at stake here for these rosters. A Freak of Freaks still by Milta Power. They'll be one of the later teams that arrive to this circle. Oath Gaming, Petrichor Road, Na'Vi. There's a bit of a three-way battle that's potentially backburning. I'm assuming nobody stalls, nobody stops, and no one takes the fight, just given that it is towards the north. First contact is made. Ragnar, shots on Tang. Finally, Wicked will solidify the kill. Lingdu is forced to run away from this one. MCG, it never gets any easier, does it? It just... never rains, it pours only today for Sunday on MCG's parade.
Everything that could possibly go against Multi-Circle Gaming today has done that tenfold. This is insane. They sat in first with a buffer, and right now they are barely even keeping their weight inside the top 8. Such a wild day. Such a wild day. And you gotta give credit, I mean, where they've failed, other teams have just really stepped up to the plate and hit home runs all over the place.
Okay, well, they've still got at least 3 alive, but they are very sporadically split, just so you're aware. Summer is completely away from the rest of the roster, while Lingdu, final member of MCG, are kind of stuck between Petrichor Road and Meta Gaming. They're on the most southern road going towards Gen G, which is a very terrifying prospect in itself. Remember that 3-way split that I was talking about up towards the north? You can kind of see it on the map now. Na'Vi, Oath, Petrichor. It's messy. It's starting to get messy. Petrichor looks like the setup for the bridge encampment over by the cube stack. Oath Gaming, I would assume, reads that like a book and doesn't fall for the trap, but Na'Vi could do the exact same on the middle bridge. If they sit there and they deny Oath any kind of transfer, with Na'Vi's playstyle, we would anticipate they go all the way to the west and maybe take North Georgia Pole Bridge and just come in through West Town, keep it safe, keep it steady, keep it slow. But they, you know, like Na'Vi has been a little bit too slow. They are down within 10th position, so there is a tiny window of opportunity to be able to make it up into the money bracket, but they would need a lot of other things to go wrong for teams and a lot of things to go right for them. Spyro, VP, second place, first victim towards the side of Virtus Pro. He does go down, but he is safe for now. There'll be no way that Sonics are going to push on this, just given that they have now moved up into 4th position. That you don't want to go taking an early fight like this. You've already done enough damage to VP. You've slowed him down. And picks become quite vital in a competition like this. It's also why sometimes we open up onto bolt actions and where they become viable. But with knocks like that, for instance, you begin to remove, if they have to commit smokes, for example, utility, you begin to increase the amount of bleed out time they're going to have. You be increasing damage onto their gear. So for things like VP, if they get another couple of knocks on their side, it becomes much more difficult long game. So they do play, even if it is just a quick res, it's still something to keep in the back of your mind as you go towards the late game, that recuperation and you know, reses become a lot more difficult when you are damaged up early on in early game.
Oh yeah, for sure. And another factor is information gain. I mean, Sonic's getting that knock now, knowing that it's Virtus Pro they have in the compound right next to them. That is huge. Knowing what team sits next to you, I mean, if you know the team well enough and what their tendencies are in terms of how they play, you know, okay, if we do this, or is there a chance that these guys will push on us? If we do that, is there a chance that we can maybe get a peek onto them? How do they like to play? Are they sitting together in the early game? Are they splitting out wide? Knowing that they just got a knock onto a VP player, they pretty much guaranteedly know that there's only going to be one
1 or 2 players in that compound this early on in the game. So should they want to try and expand out, should they want to try and push up north, they know that they potentially, or at least should have a split that they could try and punish in the early game up towards that north side.
Infantry, a few peacock shots. It will keep a freaks at arm's reach, keep them at distance, keep them away from your compound. It's a pretty decent compound, but let's not forget that we do have water on 3 sides of this circle. From Pachinki to Hospital, it's pretty much the land entry points, but everyone's inside now. I say that, we do have actually DXG, I didn't realize, still disconnected over on Sosnovka, whether that plays a factor. Circle updates, and it actually hard shifts back towards the side of Pachinki. No. Look at all the teams, Toby. Look at the west. No. Everyone now has to migrate. The east is completely open. That's insanity.
But open to what? We have 3, maybe 4 compounds in the hills. It's gonna be so risky trying to send it up those hills, try and take control. I love what Virtus.pro are doing. Just full speed send it. We don't have time to lose. Everyone knows that there's a full-on clear side of the circle that you can take control of, but how do you get there, and how do you maneuver figuring out which compound's free right now? I mean, this whole run from the west to east is going to be so incredibly difficult for so many teams, and that big old field, we're seeing it right here. Oh, that field is going to be eating up quite a few players over the course of this game. I'm quite sure of it already.
So huge exodus for anyone who's in the west comes through. They'll all just have to traverse and try and get to the circle whichever way they can and find themselves good footing. Thankfully, no one was there and everyone was banking on going to the west. So there is a lot of open places that you can try and play with. Tiamba has pulled up in an open field. PO spots them. The rest of Gen G are actually laying down suppressive fire for PO to give him some kind of a secondary chance, some kind of opportunity to fight against that. That's under. That is under. Lorena, he should be a dead man, goes down. And now the hammer will come down from PO just to lay down the law. Shots from a distance. We spoke about suppressive fire. Well, now it becomes offensive fire. Tiamba has been caught in the open. And Gen G have every angle under control. They are being picked apart from every single corner of this map.
They need to get out of here. They need to get out of here incredibly quick. Unfortunately, one more falls down now, and Gen G, they're on the hunt. They don't want to make space. They don't want to allow for a team like Tiamba to sit on this side of the circle. You can see PO already trying to find off angles from the vehicle. They're leaving Mings behind. They know the threat. They know the threat potential of these guys coming in. Looking for Tiamba sitting on the leaderboard. You do not want to give more points away to Gen G. Lenshin has to back off. They know they're coming. They know they're going, trying to wrap around on them. They don't care. Gen G will stay on the edge for as long as they possibly have to. Kill confirmed. M200 Lynchon has to back off. That is tough. That is a tough way to go down for 2 players, and more so, that's a tough team to lose players. So look at this. They just surpassed. Gen G now sits in 3rd, up there in the bunch with everyone else.
It's very rare we see a team leaving a down player. Oh no, it doesn't get any easier. Tiamba, they've unfortunately run into Daytrade, who up on top of the quarry. And now M200 is the last man to try and carry the weight of his entire roster. Oh dear, it's not gone good for Tiamba. And kind of just to finish off what I was saying, it's very rare we see a player being, never leave a man standing, or leave a man down, should I say. You'd usually see a smoke go down, one player would stick the res to get in the vehicle and get the hell out. They're like, no, we need to run. We know what's on the line here. We know Gen G will push this. They get in the vehicles. Ultimately, they do lose another player, so Tiamba, 6th position. Gen G jumps up 1. Hey, it's not been a great start thus far. VP, after the initial knock, reconcile themselves and are at least now within a decent compound within this circle as well. While we have a bit of a lull within this game, we'll give you a code on the left-hand side. Catch it while you can, just below the scoreboard. Circle, Toby, about to update. 5 seconds.
Yep, into the field, I would assume we're headed. Let's see if that's going to be the case or not. Down towards the south, as a matter of fact, that's where we're going. So, interesting one coming up here. Virtus.pro will have to move. Oath will do the exact same thing. And Oath is one of those teams now sitting at just 19 points. We talk about how many teams still have a chance of making it, how many teams can still get into the money. But we also have these, and I like to call them joker teams, where you just don't know what to expect. 2 games to go. Now they lose 1 player as well. Very, very hard to know how they're planning on playing the rest of the game. Are they just going to go, you know what, we have nothing to lose. Let's go make chaos where we can. Or are they going to play it more passive, just wanting the day to be over and done with? I'm not sure, but some of these teams at T1, Oath, Freak of Freaks, Interforce 36 as well, we don't know what they're planning on doing, and they could easily become a very dangerous team to have next door for any team trying to make it into the late game.
Infantry Good lay of the land here. Gen G is setting up shop right behind them. DA, the full sender's coming, but VP's got all the nades down. One player trade-off. Tulin's falls, Mert's there as well. Grenades going off. Metralius and Smash, they just breached this one. They're in. Shots from a distance. Code Marco answers back onto Spyro, and all of a sudden it's Hyruzen. He's like, what in the world just happened? My friends have fallen, I'm in the car, and I am getting out of here. Now he has to run a field gauntlet. That is the absolute dungeon you do not want to be in. DA just removes VP from the... It's not even a compound, it's a shack. It's absolutely nothing, but within a circle like this, within an area like that, it is better than nothing. Oh, my word.
I said that we shifted away from compounds, and that's, of course, meaning that the area of play, the amount of hard cover we get left now in the field is very limited. And there they fall. Virtus Pro from a great game to a terrible one. 0 points, 16 plays here in this game. They still sit tight for first. There's no telling of how this game is going to unfold, but missing out on what could potentially be crucial points here, that's going to leave a sour taste in your mouth. And just having to sit back now, watch the rest of the game unfold before your eyes, not having a chance to get an impact on it, they're going to be furious after that one.
I mean, look, with a compound like that, I keep saying compound, excuse me, with a shack like that, you always anticipate people pulling up. You would then put the mollies and the nades through the windows. But given the position of that specific shack, every other team is just littered and loitering around in the distance. You don't have time to be able to try and flush the players out. It literally is. The best way to play that shack is just to full-blown DA it. DA it, do it best, and they, even if it's a bit of a meme, literally just rush the shack. Throw every single player at it and see what happens. That was the only option. They did it well, and somehow, by hook or by crook, they have managed to keep 4 players alive. They are now separating the pack. I'm not sure this may have been the best play, especially if you realize that Hyruzen had died from an angle. You'd have to guess that Multi-Circle Gaming had eyes on this one, which they absolutely do. Now all the utility has been committed. Now, DA basically has to sit and just say, well, we either survive this or we lose 50% of our roster.
The thing is, you cannot play 4 in that shack. It's simply too dangerous. You saw how it happened to other teams before. 1 nade in, 1 isolation molly. It's just, that's the death of you. So I like what they're doing. I see what they're doing, but those buggies just do not grant you the cover that you need in a position like that. Petrichor, I thought they were going to stop there for a second. Oh, no, Mill. No. It does go back up on Mamu. Because of what just happened, Mamu is going to be pulling up at this compound way before his teammates get here. They're only coming in on the minimap now in the corner 9. He will have time now. A few seconds to go before the rest of Petrichor comes in. 9 finds Mamu, and that should be, I mean, they don't call it back, they don't fall back, they stay 9, finds Einstein as well, Longska finds Long as well, such chaos unfolding before eyes, and Milner all alone needs to hold off the entirety of infantry on his own.
This is ridiculous. This is top of the table, fighting off against 4th, and all of a sudden, 1st and 2nd place, Toby, have fallen 15th and 16th respectively. This now opens it up for absolutely everybody. DA, the punishment continues. Now it's a taste of their own medicine. DXG has done exactly what they did to VP. Vehicle goes flying up in the air. And the nade goes off, and DA is still standing strong with 5 frags in the bag. It's something. No rest for the wicked on the side of infantry. Another breach has come through. They have to defend once again. Downstairs at Day Trade, you have to land these kills. There's 3 players downstairs. He absolutely needed that frag. Out of the window he will go, looking for support from the rest of his teammates. Longsker downstairs, can see them through the window. The head bob's there. He has someone behind the shack. They can give him the level of support that he needs, and now they can move next door. Do not forget, Gen G were looking into this. They've gone down by the road. T1 is up on the hillside. They have an eye line into this. This is just utter self-destruction between all these rosters. It's complete carnage. And when you're seeing 1st and 2nd go down, currently in the standings, this is anybody's game. This is an absolute massacre with on the leaderboards. 700 grand has just opened up for many teams. It's no longer a 1st to 5th game. It's anybody's game.
It's absolutely insane. I mean, again, I said it in the end of last game, I'll say it here again, we could not write this up any better. It's complete madness. They trade, they do force them out, they do manage to get control on that edge side compound, but for how long and how much time is infantry going to
want, and I don't want to say waste, but allow for this to hold on for now. Let's see Gen.G full speed forward. They go on Nonix down to full. Loki goes down as well. They try to make the run forward, but it's not working out for them. One goes down. Now the response is there. Pio finds one. Esther found the other. So right now, 2 alive. Sylvia on his own on the edge. The nade's not going to be far enough. No damage done. He's trying to make the run behind the back. Pio spots him. Sylvia finds one more. 3 knock players on his side, so it's a 1v1. Sylvia, can he get it? There's might be Rez's opportunity for him, but Pio, what can you do here trying to make your way forward?
Probably nothing up against the blue. Sylvia's got his number written. Behind the rock, very little HP. One nade will do the damage. You can already see he's holding the angle. His teammates are just falling around him. He'll pick up the walking wounded. And to try and get the free frag points. Nice. Oh my god, yes, Toby, I didn't realize they're here to try and play cleanup crew. This is absolute spoiler. Third party in abundance, and Pio's like, please just leave me alone. All I want to do is try and survive. And the top 4 teams are just being laid waste as infantry are also falling victim once again. Day trade downstairs. What is going on at the top of this table?
Everyone's fighting forward, everyone wants it, and everyone's going all out trying to claim it. More kills coming in favor of infantry. They find themselves their 7th with an opportunity to res a player. They are outside the circle. Everyone's forced into the open field. Somehow multi-circle gaming, while it's been a terrible day for them overall, 3 kills already, 3 players still alive, playing the Forest in the south side, currently as the only team. We said they need to get something going in the final 2 games, and this might be what they needed.
This is just pure and utter chaos. And I love it. I absolutely love it. A team that may not love it is Oath. They're about to have a grenade posted through that letterbox. It's in, it's primed, it's ticked, it's good.
Well played.
And he's dead. Oath go down 11th. It gives something for Na'Vi to try and play with. Sonic's time to make the run. M200 directly in front of him. That was a nade going down. There's one on the floor, I believe. Does it do any damage? Surely it was pulled. That pin, it does! The death nade. H-Win down. And all of a sudden, Sonics, the smokes will have to go up as they try and get their fallen comrade back on their feet with 1 frag in the bag. It's not a lot, but it's something to play with for now. T1 also clutching at straws in the same position. Senya's crawling, and he has a nade in the back pocket, Toby.
He is making his way forward, and you're now thinking the exact same thing. Nate's still available, doesn't have any smokes. He needs the cover from his teammates, and also desperate. He needs that T1 doesn't spot him over. Now he starts shooting, so he's been seen. But look at the HP of these players from Sonics. They're all down low. Nate's now coming forward. They know that Na'Vi are within striking distance, but they're forcing them back. Great use of utility, throwing smokes, throwing nades, isolating their field of view, and forcing them back down the other direction. But you gotta watch out if you're a Na'Vi player as well. Sonics can easily try and make a play on them, but it seems to me like Na'Vi, they have their play written out. They want to take this fight to Sonics and fight them off the edge of the circle.
Senya comes into the fold. Clearly wanting to get involved in this one with the smoke wall up in front of them. They have to run to the right-hand side. Besto, first one to fall. H-Win spots him. Infantry going down in the kill feed. That's not good in a different fight altogether. Now, all of a sudden, Sonics are gathering their force on the left-hand side and going for the wrap. Mime is knocked. A second victim will fall, but there is an answer back. There is a response. The nade hits the tab and he goes down. And at the moment, the entire map is just lighting up with tracer fire. There is fire from afar in every single quadrant of this place. Another one will go. Sonics is down and dead. Orange, all 4 players. It's a catastrophic turn of events if you're a Sonics fan.
They got the double knock. Sonics had the double knock, but Orange around the side found one with the nade, takes the other 2, and they fall. They fall apart now. Freaks instantly after. We get Koreans fighting each other here. This is going to be, oh my lord, the nade is through. I didn't see it come through. It goes in. 2 down, Adder. You have to make a play on this. You have to make a push forward on this. They're still outside the circle. They have to run forward. Try and get the kills, Nikari, for all you can. Stay alive here, buddy, for as long as you can, but it's not going to be easy. Nades going forward. That one's going to be good as well. T1, they're here to fight. These bottom teams that were outside striking distance are doing absolutely everything they possibly can to get back in.
Adder's still kicking off. That's 3 of them. Can he get the 4th? If so, that's 2 quad kills back to back that we have just seen. Infantry's eliminated. Number 1 has fallen. I mean, I thought the red zone had been disabled in these settings, but these grenades, they're suggesting otherwise. At the moment, this entire field has just been opened up with gunfire and grenades going off every single place. This is manic. And in the middle of the map, DA's like, well, you know what? You can all die happily around us. That's not a problem. We'll stay here, secure and safe in our little shack and stay quiet for now. PO, as the last man standing, he is garnering points for Gen.G at the top of the scoreboard. Whatever he can do now just gives them a buffer moving into our final map of this week number 5.
This circle couldn't really work out any better for him. Even though it goes away from him, it still excludes the high ground. Lingdu would be able to see him in the field below with the high ground advantage, but because he's forced down now, it's going to be an even playing field for the majority of them. PO doing PO things, staying alive for as long as he can on the edge of the circle against Enterforce 36. I thought they had him dead to rights. I thought he was down and out, but Multi-Circle Gaming backed off, knowing what's at stake, and now he has a chance to strike once more. Sparking in the meantime finds the knock onto Summer. He's isolated for now. Lingdu, is he going to commit to it? Is he going to run on over and try and get the rest? I'm not sure. And here, the snake from the east, PO trying to make his way into this circle, should be able to get there unless if he gets seen by T1.
Survival is the only thing that PO can really do. But PO being the individual player that we know he is, when all the odds are stacked against him, can do phenomenal stuff. Silzen, last 2 players, Na'Vi go down. Few more points to be able to at least bop Meta up into that top 10 predicament. PO up against the blue. Problems of his own. Does have the meds at least to be able to deal with it. DA, central box for now. Everyone else has to kind of work their way around it. MCG, southern side, 2-man band. Might be the next point of contact for PO, who's a snake in the grass. T1 are advancing forward from the west. 3 players still standing. Meta Gaming, 2-2 split, all 4 players alive and kicking. This would be the time for Meta to really jumpstart their progress towards the final map. If they can win this out, that is a lot of points in the bag going towards this final map.
This would be absolutely huge for Meta if they not only win the game, but also get a few more kills with it. That would easily, as you said, skyrocket them straight back into contesting for the final spots. Let's see, PO, he spotted both of them. Did Aqua see him? He prone down. I don't think he got eyes on. PO is still trying to snake his way forward. We're in phase 7, so these circles are closing in incredibly slow. He's spotted one Aqua. That's one of the meta players on the other side of the circle. That's not really a threat to either of the guys up close. He also knows of the position of Multi-Circle Gaming. With Thralius now able to find Lingdu, so he's going to go down. And these teams right now that are fighting down below in 50 and 48 points respectively, if they both get good games here, I mean, we're adding even more teams to the pile of woulda, shoulda, couldas in that final game. We'll see how things are going to unfold. Lingdu just out of reach for that burning vehicle. Will stay alive, and PO still has yet to shoot.
If there was ever a player that I wanted as the last player alive for their team to try and get them into first place, it would be PO. Metagaming now, it's time to commit the utility. T1 have moved forward. Not too much to work with. I mean, the question is, what does he do? Does he throw it at the team of 2, then go for the solo player? I mean, yeah, I mean, he could throw it at the team of 2, go for the AoE damage on the 2, and then connect on the solo himself with the AR, but I have no idea. For now, we look at MCG. Nade finds its target. We said Meta, it was time to utilize the utility that they've been garnering for quite some time. They've been a little bit, not passive, it's not the word to use, but certainly holding back the molly. It's ready to go, but they've moved. All of a sudden, they've moved into the open arms of him. He's still waiting. Slowly but surely, Meta is burning people away at the wayside. Keep an eye and keep a track on that. It's PO. What's the decision?
The thing is here, for PO's position, if other teams start looking towards T1, because they're actively shooting, they might spot him and that can catch him out. That could get him called out and end up going down because of it. But for now, T1 is doing everything they can to really protect the VIP over here behind, who they have no clue of is here. They must have seen him in the kill feed earlier, but when PO got that kill onto the infantry player, it was all part of that big commotion, the big cluster, and you cannot really fault them for not realizing that he's playing from behind them. 3 teams are left alive. Meta 3, T1 3, Gen.G has just 1, but Gen.G currently sits in first place.
You could see when he had the molly, he was cycling to put it down. I think the idea was go for the 2 that was on the hay bale and then try and isolate the single player Dangche to his left. But with all the commotion, they had to move because a nade came their way. So he puts the molly in his back pocket and just waits. And for now, I think it's hold on for second. Look, you're playing for points. You're the top of the board. there's not a lot you can do in this one. They will all now just turn because of the position that they're in and face you head on. You might as well wait this one out, wait for the third party to kick in, and then see where you stand. Like, there is some universe down the line in whatever year it would be where he wins this, but it would mean that Meta and T1 smash the hell out of each other first.
They have no clue that he's there now. Danche, he's up close. They've seen him. They've heard him. Danche takes the fire. Ragnar able to find the knock on towards him. One goes down, 2 left alive. Pio still making his way in from behind. Danche flushed out. No way he's getting back alive. Meta 12 kills in this game already, and they're looking for more. Aqua 5 isolated, but gets the knock with the nade on towards Ragnar. So now 2v1. Pio still easily could become a very big factor in this game, but look at the ammo. Down to practically nothing. Meta's been shooting at everything from a distance so far. Ada able to find one more sparking. Goes down. Now they've seen him. He's been spotted afar. Pio's been seen. Wicked able to tag him up, but not enough to find the knock.
They're focusing fire onto him, and every time Wicked does this, he just gives away his position to T1, who directly in front of him. Now they have pinpoint accuracy to where he is sitting in the corner. He goes down. They get him. It's a 2 versus 1. He's lined up. He's into a 1 versus 1. If you get this, this would just be absolute massive and give such a big buffer for Gen G, but it's denied. T1, at the perfect time they turn, they deny the win on the side of Gen G. But Pio, staying alive as a solo player to 2nd place, that is just phenomenal work. T1, though, down the bottom end of the table, Toby, they now jump a little bit. But the question is, was it too far? Regardless, it's going to feel good as we go into our very last match. We cannot, absolutely cannot turn away from the fact that this is one of the closest endings I have ever seen to a competition. This is just now a stone's throw away from being a best of 1 for 700 grand.
I'm so thankful that you just talk now, because I couldn't have talked before just now. I just picked up my jaw from the floor. I am completely mind blown. Not only does Pio stay alive, but make a run for the win in the end of it there. That is absolutely insane. If we thought the leaderboards were any close, this final game is going to be absolutely freaking insane. T1 get the win. It's a great game win for them, no doubt about it. Are they still out of the race? I think so, and you can see, despite winning a game, it's not all smiles on them. They knew they could have done more in this week, but we have to talk about kind of the elephant in the room here. Pio sneaking his way in, finishing out on top, not only in the game, but getting a 2nd place there as well. Sims, that's...
Yeah,
that is
look, to kind of roll off the back of that, we always want to talk about the match winner, T1. It's fantastic, but in the long-term factor, in the bigger picture, they're down in 13th. Like, it might be a win, it might feel good, it might look good, but ultimately it comes down to what Pio just did. As a single player, he has helped project Gen G into 1st place with 70 points. Below that, you've got 5 teams from 1 to 6, all above 60 points. Below that, top 7 is only separated by 11 points. Like, we're going to leave it at that. I'm going to pass it back to Steve. I'm going to go get a drink because we are in for an absolute barn burner of a show. Do not go anywhere. Steve, gentlemen, enjoy setting this one up because it's going to be fun.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Get me a drink too and make it stiff because my nerves are at an end on another amazing game. Toby called Pio an elephant in the room. It's really more of a snake in the grass, but the worst snakes are poisonous as they made a heck of a play and Gen G pushes themselves into 1st place. I'm going to turn it over to you right now, Godspeed. Highlights!
Highlights indeed, and to start off, what a hellacious circle for these guys to play. Digital Athletics went through team after team until finally falling in this field, and that's kind of the case with these circles, Martin. The field endings are notoriously difficult, especially when they start to get really crowded.
Yeah, and you can see this is where it really starts shaping up as well. You can see so many crashes, like there's... In general, and I love this, like the crashes, because this is what you have to get a chance of this, and this was Gen G making a pull-up on E36, actually working out quite well, but they lost a few players, and that enabled Gen G and PO to play it slow and low and actually get them into second really insane spot. Infantry, though, they managed to hold this compound extremely well against multiple teams. I was surprised to see them not be able to get out and get into a good spot on the west side of the fields, but these circles here, Godspeed, like, they're crazy. They are insane, and they're so hard to play as well.
They're disgusting. I mean, field endings were my least personal favorite when I was playing, just because you really have to be creative, and if you don't have a lot of vehicles or you're not already set up in these circles, it's almost impossible to make any headroom, especially when you're moving forward. But infantry, although they went down, I'll be honest, they to me look like one of the best team fighting teams here at this event. I mean, they have been devastating when running into other teams.
Yeah, exactly, and they're actually leading the kill score right now, 47 kills over Gen G's 42, so that's super impressive. 5 more kills than Gen G. They could potentially end up taking out our most killed MVP spot, and for those that voted on them, of course, super nice prediction for them. But this, it was down to a 1v1, like, that
Did you
was
see
one of the most exciting. Oh my god, yeah, what?
Did you see Adder's health? I think he had like 10 HP, so it literally
low.
came down to one shot. Yeah. Adder was one shot away from going down to PO. Man, what a play from PO that entire game. But yep, we got to give it to T1. They did take it. 21 points, Steve, and 17 from Meta. Look at Meta.
That's the thing, okay? We wondered, does Meta get back in this? The Meta was like, hold my drink, and came out with an insane amount of points, 17. They're back in the mix. It's phenomenal. But I gotta be honest, for me, we're gonna look at this board. We see Adder, 6 kills. Love Adder. This is great news for him, but at this point, it doesn't really matter. Navi, 4, but you know, it's cool, whatever. For me, the hero is PO. You said it in the green room, Martin. This guy is bathing in bathfuls of clout. He is killing it. He brought his team to the point of $700,000. That is amazing, Martin.
Yeah, and you know what? I just wish he had 6 more damage in this game here. That would have been nuts. That would have completed that whole sentence. And I'm happy that you're so colorful today, Steve. That means that your black and white flowered shirt, it doesn't matter too much. You're colorful enough in yourself, my friend.
I listen. Yeah, that game, I'm excited. And Godspeed, the reason that I can't get over this thing is sometimes you watch a round of PUBG and the feeling is visceral. Every moment, every fight that those teams engaged in, when we saw DA crash VP in the attempted defense, the explosion, Sonics trying to make a play as they pushed Tiamba, you could feel as I watched the intensity that the players were going through, the fights, the mistakes, the second guessing. It was all right there on the screen.
Yeah, at this level, with this much pressure on the line and everyone playing their hearts out, I mean, you do start to see the nerves. I mean, you can visibly see the nerves on some of these players, whether it's whiffing shots, making mistakes they wouldn't normally make, and that just all comes down to, you know, a global event on this scale with this amount of money. And man, I mean, imagine like, hey, let's mess around and play a game of PUBG. Oh, how much money? One game? I don't know, $730,000. Like, that's wild.
$700,000. It's intense. There's one game left to go, and I think I can speak for all of us when I say maybe we need a little break to catch our breath before we come back for the final match that decides who takes home the prize, and finishes one of the best series of PUBG I have ever seen. Don't go anywhere.
Athletes are always challenging themselves to get better. You've seen this in all sports. Esports is no exception. You can never predict the outcome. The only thing you can control is how ready you are. Over and over, players adapt, trying to improve, fighting hard for every percent gained. Give everything you've got to the challenge and show your finest. Bring your best out. Strive for perfection. It's our goal too.
Don't leave me all alone. This battle's a lonely one.
One and two story, one in big building.
It's gonna be a 4-man, bro.
Trying to hold the best I can. I headshot two stories headshot. They're nading you.
I got knocked him 4.
One's still here in blue marker.
Do we try and get into this 1 story? We can vault right here. We can vault right here on me.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Yeah, it's fine. We can play this. We kill these guys.
No, we can't.
Can't go east because everyone else in the whole circle sees us.
I mean, like, this is an impossible fight.
He's headshot. He's
headshot.
Once in the 2 story, he vaulted. He like jump peeked at the window.
Knock guy up.
Are they down?
Take the building. Take the building.
Yes, they're down one. Yes.
I'm healing.
Oh, he knocked me.
Nice!
Nice.
Let's go, Jake!
Welcome back. The moment is now. The place is South Korea. The game is about to start. $700,000 for first place on the line, and it is literally anyone's game. We're close to jumping out of the play, but let's jump off right now. Thoughts, gentlemen, before we get this thing started? Godspeed, what do you got for me?
I think this is the most hype final game of any series that I've ever seen in the history of PUBG Esports, man. This is wild, and realistically, there's about 8 teams that can potentially take it, so buckle up.
Buckle up, Buttercup. Take a look at the standings, Martin. Walk me through it.
Yeah, so it's actually all the way down to meta, I would say, has a realistic shot, but I'm just looking, my eyes are just looking at 4 teams with 61 points and top 4 pays out. Like, holy, like if you go out early, it's done. Like somebody else is gonna take over. So if you're even in second right now, somebody else is gonna take that second place away from you, because we got so many teams that is so close. And I'm looking at the top 3 and I'm just happy those 3 teams are in my top 4 picks. And the 2 leaders right now in kills, Infantry and Gen G, I've got them on my picks as well. So I'm just gonna fasten my seatbelt and stick for the ride here.
That's all we can do is settle in and enjoy the moment. This is a team that you thought would do well today. They've stepped up. Godspeed. The Sonics have climbed.
They have indeed, but look, it all comes down to this, and every single mistake that any one of these teams makes is going to be not only crucial, but heartbreaking, because there is no more room for error. This is it. One game will decide the winner of this weekly final. And not only that, one game will, as we've been talking about, decide who is actually going to be in the money, because there are 9 teams that could be there.
9
I mean,
teams.
this is
9
wild.
teams, 1 game, only the top 4 spots pay, which means there are a lot of heartbroken players at the end of this match. The money is doubled. $700,000 for first, more than $300 for second, and $150,000 for third and fourth. 5th and below goes home with nothing but broken dreams and a prayer for next week. The time is now. The place is Erangel. Let's do this thing with our casters, Sims and Toby.
Thank you very much, Steve. Heads down, guns up. This is it. It's time to shine. Only one team can walk away with $700,000. Top 4 paid out, and one more map separates 9 teams. I'm confident. I agree with Martin. 9 teams, all within a fighting stance, Toby, of winning this entire finals.
We say best of 10's our shortcut. Make it a best of 1. See what happens. This is absolute madness. This is completely insane, and I mean, if the players had shaky hands before, then I have no clue of what's about to happen here. Oath jumping down towards the south. I have my eyes on some of these teams that are currently in the top that are out of the reach. Worried about how they're planning on play these games, how ferocious they're going to be, how little they will care about their own lives in order to ruin the game for others. But it seems to me like both the Frigga, Oath, and Enterforce 36 are all splitting out, not really doing anything really too aggressive. Now back towards the west here. Gen G, well, last game they went down here, they looted up, they were somewhat safe from Day Trade, but this time around, seems to me like they're contesting vehicles.
Gen G's pushed them out before, but this time it looks like it's Day Trader, the ones to win this out. Circle comes in. A little bit towards the northwest, but not too damaging whatsoever. We have a pretty good circle here to play with. Not a lot of water in play. It is teetering more down towards the southern side of Erangel. You do have the Georgia Pole to Yasnaya ponds and rivers that kind of flow through. Wait, does he... Ooh, any of these bullets land, it's going to be spelling disaster for Gen G. Early frags, early players knocked is going to be just disastrous if he sees and has an eye line into this. I mean, the mini with the 6 times hits the head. What? Oh no! Esper's gone! They've got guns! Loki, run, my dude, because you are in trouble. The back-to-back shots coming out from Day Trade. He wants to get him on his feet. He's thinking about it, but you can't. You just can't take that risk. They're going to push on this. Of course they are. Surely now Gen G lose a player off the back.
He's still here.
He's
not leaving.
You've got a shotgun. Drive away. Unless the rest of Gen...
No,
they can't. No, I'm thinking of... What?
6 HP?
No, now you definitely have to run.
These headshots coming in from Flash. What?
And you know what's kind of really... It's kind of... I mean, don't get me wrong. You've got PO now who's backed it up. The one thing, Toby, to really quickly think about, they're still pushing on this. Venotica in the distance is running. I also see one of the players in Nurins in a vehicle. They have guns. They have gear. They can take this fight if they really want to, because the player that they've got the headshot on, the one that drove away in the vehicle, like, he has to go and gear up. He's got no armor. He's got no weaponry. They have Gen G pinned against a wall here. Once again, it will come to PO to try and relieve this pressure, but if Day Trade really want to mess this thing up, they absolutely can do for Gen G.
Now Esther went down. Please, PO, for the sake of everything holy in PUBG, just get the hell away from here. I understand that he wants to try and get some revenge, maybe get a... Oh, okay. Two tags coming in, but still, no vest, no helmet. One of those guys in the forest peeking you at the proper angle. We saw how much damage they could do from afar. Just do not overstay your welcome. Loki, you can see, still looking for mid, still looking to get healed on up. I respect that he wants his players back alive, but there's simply way too much at risk staying on that hill for much longer.
Okay, so now Gen G has to play this entire game with a deficit. That they're playing with a handicap of losing one player instantly. This is crazy. Those headshots that came out were just phenomenal, but again, with the super setting, sometimes there is gear in abundance to drop down, get the mini, get the 6 times, and just to lay waste to Gen G like that. Removing one player it sets us up for something that we no longer have any idea of. I mean, we didn't really know what we're going to go down as it is, but when you see the #1 spot losing a player within the first few minutes of the game, and more importantly, you know, that will slow them down. They now are going to be forced to go and reload elsewhere. Venotica, are you going to overstay your welcome? Do you realize? I mean, I suppose if you're down in 12, really, there's nothing else to lose. If you're going to cause problems, then go and have some fun. And I feel like he's toying with them at the moment.
While I don't mind looting Prim, it's not necessarily a bad place to lose, loot other than, of course, you being on the edge. One of the very big downsides is you only have so many exits. Unless if you go for a boat, of course, that opens up some options. But you only have 2 roads leading out. And if you're not opting to go roads, if you're going hills, you have to climb a hill. Like if you're going over the hills, you have to climb it first on your side, which means if anyone's lurking on the outside, hearing that vehicle go slowly uphill, they will have time to reposition and put themselves in a position to try and take you down. Day Trade need kills. We saw it last week. We saw it. I mean, ENCE, they ended up with a 16-kill game in last week's finals. I believe Liquid had 12 kills by the time we hit, I don't know, 20 minutes.
Daytrade knows. They're sitting down there, 45 points. They need kills. Yes, a win would be great, but that would only net them 10 points. They need much more if they want to make a chance of this. So I fully respect the push from Anatika and Daytrade here.
If you're a Gen G fan, you absolutely will not. Even if you're Gen G losing a player, like I cannot believe that your number one team's lost a player like that. It is just, it's the perfect scenario for everyone else who wants to try and jump up and claim, like, is that a $700,000 kill? We shall find out. Venotica inside will hear the vehicle, gets set up and gets ready, but he's letting them go by. No, he's got the wrong angle of approach. They just drove and left him.
There are only two roads.
Window. Yeah. Has he missed the small window of opportunity, or does Loki fall for this?
There is still one more player to leave. No bullets were fired. No doors have been seen open. And Loki, again, there's only two roads out of his. He bet wrong on the first, but he's going to bet right on this one. Loki is going over the hilltop. Will he get the angle in time? Shots should be fired, but no. He's going to leave him to pass. He saw that he only had one or two bullets he could shoot before him being gone. And Vanatika goes, you know what? I lost that opportunity there. But as you said, Sims, damage has already been done. They lose one. Whether it's a $720,000 kill, I'm not sure. But Gen G, they're rotating in late. They're on the edge. Everything is really working the way that Gen G would have wanted to, had it not been because they lost the player early.
Okay. Daytrade regathers the forces and brings them back into the fold vehicles. With their oath still down on Sosnovka. Petrikor Road, they'll start to begin the rotate DXG all the way towards the northern roads, also outside of Severny. They're a little bit slower just because of the knock that they unfortunately had with one of the players, so it slows them down for a little bit. Central side of the map, and I suppose it wouldn't be unfair to say that we're going to focus quite heavily on the top of the table here, the ones that are in touching distance of winning this entire event. EJ, nade down, players at the wall. E36 is here, and it's time to try and fight for Freak of Freaks. They've rallied the troops, and they're all together. First knock comes out, and it's a CAD. Big scout to take down. Jumping shot comes through. The response is instantaneous. Yes, a CAD has been eliminated, but E36 have been punished. Headshot from a distance. Hikari with the drive-by. Sylphia will fall as well. Hammond. Okay, well, really, you're down in 40. What else can you really do? You might as well just full send it and see if you can do any more punishment, to be fair. It's a battle at the bottom of the leaderboards in terms of the long game. If you want to talk about the ramifications it could have on the leaderboard, you just removing frags for the players at the top of the board to garner.
It's that's what I was that's what I was thinking as well. That's kills. I mean, bottom teams killing off each other. That's kills that top teams would have very much liked to have. And again, I mean, Interforce pulling up in a compound early. I like to see the fact that they now dare to aggress. Unfortunately, this time it doesn't work out for them, and there's also obviously a little too late for them to really do anything here. Aqua 5 sneaky snaking his way up the mountain. Lynchun is next to him, and of course, he knows he's up there. He just fired a couple of bullets. And while T1 might be out of the race for a win, despite their good chicken dinner last game, they could still do a ton of damage to Chianba, who very much is still in the race.
This isn't something we haven't seen before from T1, and if Tiamba knows how T1 plays, this is a prominent spot that they will work off the back of. Not necessarily one that they will hold. It gives them a hold if the circle does update towards the mountainside, but certainly as a scouting position, they often find themselves here that they can look onwards of which way they go. Navi, I can see, is just firing Tracer Fire towards the north. They'll be in the above Roshawk compounds and garages. MCG within Roshawk itself. DA between Roshawk, Ruins, and Watertown. So a four-man split comes out of Digital Athletics. VP, Badlands. Again, 2-1-1 split. Finally, Aqua 5 sees some signs of life. Instant switches to the grenade. There should be a good follow-up. If he can land it right, the pin should be pulled. And that should be a GG for one of the players from Tiamba. Again, a team, Toby, that is within reaching distance of 700 grand. They lose one straight off the bat. Circle updates. It keeps Georgia Paul Bay within play, but it forces up to 7 teams now over by the east that all have to fold into the fray.
And if there's a shift that T1 would have wanted, that is this one. So losing a player early, now trying to maintain a 2-1 split, it's just not optimal, I should say. You can't really keep just one player up on that hillside on his own. Minx has to try and see if he can find a way down from there. We know Infantry, the kings of the hill, they've played up here a billion times before when they've come out on top up here a ton of times before as well. They want to stay here. They want to claim control, and look at this PO right next door. This is your first and second place team, and they're routing shoulder to shoulder right now.
It is, and your third place team is over the road in Sonics. Your fourth place team, joint fifth, so to speak, is also downwind of this. All of the top teams are in and around the mountainside. They've set up shop. VP next to Sonics as well. Everyone is preparing for the mountain pull. If it comes this way, they're all going to be set up. But my word, it will be the defensive line of a lifetime. You do have some teams that are scattered towards the edges, but they're more probably, I would say, 10th and below. But the head of the pack, Toby, and the head of the table, it's crunched together in the center.
Sure is. We keep saying we can't write it up any better. How better than a proper king of the hill for the final map here? I mean, just end straight on top of the mountain. Let the victors be the one to claim the throne up on that hilltop. I wouldn't be against that. I wouldn't be against the circle hard shifting to the north either, just for the absolute and utter chaos that would follow. But let's see now, Meta. They had a good game last game. They've put themselves within striking distance. Still a bit of a journey ahead for them in order to win it. They need not only a lot of kills, but good placements with it. But of course, we've seen that happen before. I believe 13 kills in the previous game booted them up in a good spot, sitting in 9th right now. And you can see, even though they might not get into first, surpassing that 61.4 way tie would still net them a ton of money.
We'll pass you a promo code on the left-hand side for the 5th and final time today. Going to be a little bit of a quiet moment as the players prepare for the next circle. At the moment, it's posh time, and I understand that with so much on the line. Needless deaths could cost you hundreds of thousands of dollars. So it's understandably that a few teams will just kind of want to turtle a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. Like, I feel for Infantry, they're in second. They have all committed. They have fully committed to the mountain. If this circle's unfavorable to them, boy, oh boy, are they in a terrible position to rotate off the back of this. Even if it goes to the mountain itself, central, like, how many fights are they going to have to take, Toby, to just keep control of it?
One thing that I do love about Infantry in these end of finals situations is that they're one of the few teams that don't change their game plan. Even if they're ahead, they say, we know how to succeed. We know what works for us. Let's try and continue doing exactly that. Oh, Summer finds him! Finds Smurf just as he gets behind the wall circle. Oh, no. Oh, no.
What?
We're going off the mountain to the north. This is going to be an ending. Probably... Wait, what? This is going to go inside the containers. Yeah.
With Georgia Paul Bain play
finished. The maze ending.
Oh my god.
Oh my lord. Oh my lord. How many teams are gonna full speed send it in? And how much damage will be done with this shift coming in right here?
Okay, if you've been a fan of PUBG since back in the day, you'll know that crates used to be a prominent drop. Well, it's looking prime to be a prominent ending for one of these teams. Crates to decide 700k is a very strong possibility. With Georgia Paul Bay in play, that's where we are assuming this will pull to when we move to phase number 4. Right now, it's a full-blown send. It's all about seeing who can survive to that area. DXG are over by North George. They could hold teams back, especially from wide rotates on the backside of crates. E36, Afrika Freaks, Gen G, Tiamba, DA, T1. All these teams are already set up shop. Half of the server is still not inside this. Half of the server has to turn up to the fight. Everyone else now needs to get themselves in a very strong position. Wicked, the confirmation orange comes through. Infantry. You are well and truly up against the circle's edge here, but so are two of the teams that are very close to you. I can see VP are down behind them. Petrichor Road are down behind them. Metagaming is about to run through those three teams. SQ is now 4 Sonics upside of the mountain. They're driving into Infantry. All of our top teams, unfortunately, have had to kind of stay their feet given this circle maneuver. Gen G's really the only ones that have paid off. They've gone down low. They've avoided this encampment. You know, they can't be boxed in up against the mountain, so they're the ones that have evacuated the situation. For everyone else, they're going to be forced to fight.
They came early on the edge. They sat around. They waited for the shift to come. They never overcommitted to the hill despite sending PO up there early. And now Gen G sits in a really good spot. Come the next circle, next shift will go away from water. We say that time and time again, but it's important for me that most people know the reason why teams go where they go. This circle is going to shift back towards the southeast. It's going to leave a lot of open in play, and a lot of teams want to get those positions now. Mime gets one kill in the back. That's them trying to make the way out of the 61-point tie. Get all the points you can, get them early, get them when there's no risk involved, a few going down. And now Petrichor and Multi-Circle Gaming, this fight has to happen at some point, so why not now between our current 6th and 4th place team?
It's been bottling up for quite some time. A banger of a shot comes from a distance. Inonix onto Shrimsy. Again, that's the position that Gen G has moved to. And now Tiggleton has fallen. Excuse me, the Sonics have just jumped up into 3rd place, but now they are being punished from all angles. The smokes are being committed, and everyone else is just peppering through that, blind firing, hoping that somehow they can find one of the players. Circle pops, and it moves closer to the mountainside. It actually keeps all these teams in within the fray. There is a bit of a fight going on. We have to check in with it. Meta versus VP. VP is being dismantled. The Tool and Spyro, last man standing. This is VP down in 5th, and they are bleeding out the punishment. VP is gone. Your 5th team has fallen. That is just insane. Meta Gaming, who needed the points, has jumped up into 4th.
Wicked one-man arming his way through the polar bears, took down 3 sills and comes to take it off in the end. Wicked goes down, but what a hold! What a play! Finds the triple all on his own up there initially. What a hero play. Sparking and Silson up on the hill now trying to play contain, trying to hold off Petrichor, but they're coming full speed forward. They know their knocks up there. They know their kills to be found. In the meantime, Sonics take casualties as well. All these top teams have started to bleed. Only infantry sit tight with 4 and the hilltop under control.
Na'Vi bleeding out the wayside, but ultimately it doesn't really mean nothing. It's just points in the favor of these teams that are still all fighting for that top spot. While Meta has got itself back on the feet, it's had 50% of its roster ripped away from them. A valiant effort from Wicked. 4 frags and entire team elimination pays dividends. But the question is, do you have enough manpower to try and hold on to this mountainside? Infantry to the left-hand side, Petrichor Road to the right. But Petrichor Road has got problems of itself. MCG has followed them to this point, and now they have to deal with it. But look who's still waiting in the distance, in the safe area for now. It's Gen G, top of the tables, and they have full clear vision on Sonics. And I say clear vision because ultimately they are going to be pushed out. If it's not by infantry, it could be by the last member of Na'Vi.
And it sounds so obvious when I say this, because of course this is going to be the case, but this next circle shift could easily become a $720,000 circle shift. All these top teams are out on the edges. Only DA is playing the center in an area of the map where you cannot play anything center. Whoever gets shifted away would need to do something absolutely miraculous in order to maintain a spot or even take over that first place spot. Gen G sitting and praying for this one to shift west. In the meantime, everyone out here hoping for it to go towards the south.
Esto's presence has been made note of. Flashbang down. He should be whited up, but that's the problem that we spoke about. The third party is a real issue when it comes to the side of Sonics. They can't overstep the boundaries. Should they do that, Gen G will strike. If Gen G doesn't strike, infantry gets a bit of a foothold into that fight. Besto, really nothing else he can do. Get a few meds off and hope for the best. The utility has to be committed towards the side of its circle. 2 seconds. Is this the deciding factor? Is this the one which tells the story? Now, all of a sudden, Gen G, you've had the safety net of the compound. It's time to move. It's time to shine. For all of these rosters within that top 5, Toby, this is it. This is all cards on the table. You now have to work for your money. And boy, oh boy, do you have to play it right.
Infantry. I only see one way for them to get down the hill, and that's pushing their fight to the east. Maybe you can go down somewhat center, force your way into the gap that Sonic's already in, but everyone's going to be looking towards you. If you don't make your way down now, everyone's going to be looking your way. In the meantime, now multi-circle. Take the fight to Petrichor. One down early. That's Mamu falling down, but they are playing within a funnel. Look at this in the return. They're taking casualties all over the place. Tank falls down. Summer falls down. Even Lee to 3 different teams. Everyone is shooting towards multi-circle gaming, and they've just one left alive.
That is wild. Fergus just mops them up as well. All the bodies laying on the floor. Tiamba from the backlines, DXG, everyone just laying waste to multi-circle gaming. And it's because everyone is just looking onwards of what's in the center. It's a central point. And wait, the nade comes in? Okay, there's a trade-off there. MCG falls, but he still gets one off onto Petrichor Road. 2 players fallen. Infantry have had damage done to them. Metagaming took out one of the players, but they're back on the feet. It's time to run. Petrichor Road has gone. Another challenger is falling. And there's still 2 teams that have to work their way down from the mountainside. Gen G, they've been spotted. Sonic's top of the table. Here we go. 2 standing for Gen G, 2 standing still alive in front of them in the form of Sonic's. But you will also see there's going to be a different fight on top of the hill. Infantry are looking onwards of Metagaming. They've done damage thus far, and now they stand in the way of being able to work and traverse down this mountainside safely, cleanly. Look at the bullets, look at the damage done, look at the blood sparking. He's holding them back. All the smokes will have to be committed. This has to be clean, and they have to run this valley side. There's nowhere else for them to go.
Xiaoyang, first one to fall. I mean, you're in a 2v4 right now against a very dangerous team. Sparking and Silson, how much damage can you do? Look at that car, low on HP, under half. It's going to be so incredibly difficult to get down from here. 9 wants to get the spray through, doesn't connect. Sparking doing even more damage. They can't find the flush. It might actually be stolen. You can see Tianba. They desperately wanted. In the meantime, the remaining of the infantry players have found their way inside the circle, but they're not safe for now. 9 flush down, 9 kills for Meta Gaming as they fight for their way, try and really climb their way up into the top 2 against the team they're battling right now. 66 points and 9 kills already. Sparking and Silson, what can you do?
They are fighting the game of their life right now. Losing 2 earlier on, but certainly Wicked. His death was not without its own rewards. There's still a mass battle going on towards crates, but unfortunately, it doesn't mean anything in the bigger picture, unless DXG just goes off haphazardly and slaps every single player in this lobby. They've been doing okay so far, so a few kills coming out from Fergus earlier on, so we'll keep a track of that because, again, reaching distance within the top spot. Longsker reaching too far, oversteps the boundaries, and Infantry once again, they will lose another player, but Tiamba instantly, you can see Silson is so hard pinned back. Metagaming, 10 kills! Where the hell did that come from? Sparking! What a time to swing out! Now Boliang is the last man standing, has to go full-blown medic. Things have gone drastically wrong, but things have gone incredible. This is impeccable play from Meta.
Everyone trying to do as much damage as possible. I love how Sparking just peeked over the top of that hill. They knew they were busy trying to hold off Silson. Silson did everything he could to attract the attention down below, and over the top comes Sparking, finds a knock, finds a flush, and there's just 2 left alive on the other side now. Smokes still keeping them at bay. Xiaoyang and Bowling, they know what's at stake here. They're 1 point behind Gen G. Gen G with just 1 player up, and once again, Sparking strikes from up above. 1 falls down. Xiaoyang is on his own. Silson trying to get in close, trying to do damage, but this smoke is keeping them alive for now.
Gen G, time to move. Another fight, another battle at the top. Here we go. Very low on HP. Infantry is being melted by Metagaming. Finally a response. Xiaoyang answers back. Hits one in the face, and now he has to deal with the player up close and personal. It's Silson. Job done! Meta! What in the world is this? 3rd place! Oh my god! What an absolute banger of a performance. We never saw this one coming. We knew there was possibilities. In the meantime, Sonics falls. Gen G and Meta. This is just... It's a full-blown battle, but the final kill comes through. Sparking goes down, and Infantry jumps them on that one.
infantry ties because there was their knock. So if Meta doesn't claim another point, they need 2 placements or 1 kill to jump into second here. Gen.G still alive. We saw last game what PO can do. This time around, Iononix and PO doing everything they can. They find 1 more kill. Every single kill could be a $700,000 kill, and there's even more of them with placements to boot in just a moment. Gen.G looking crisp right now. 74 points already. More teams being eliminated. Oh my lord. If Gen.G and Meta go up against each other, this could be the fight for the win.
Okay, we'll have a pause for a second. Silzen, this is one of the most difficult predicaments you have ever been in. Gen.G on one side and an abundance of rosters on the other. Gen.G stands between you and $700,000. I mean, to make it up, look at how much money Meta has won from this game alone. Like, you're never going to be mad, regardless what happens. I know it's a difficult predicament to look at, but Meta have just worked against all the odds. They've proved everybody wrong from the very start of this competition. Like, they were having difficulties, but now to step it up at the most perfect time. 12 frags and all the top teams at the top of the board they have worked through to get to this. This is one of the most resilient, nail-biting show of affairs I have ever seen from a team. But still, we can't count out Gen.G. But both of them now, Toby, they're at the mercy of the circle.
Gen.G and Meta fighting at the top, but that's not all. We have Tianba and DXG currently sharing a compound, which is going to be out just a small moment from now. You can see they're trying to find anything. They want to get flushes. They want to get extra points to kind of seal the gap between the 2 top teams right now. But DXG and Tianba, both, if they can get the kills here, that could be the difference maker. PO finds Smash. DA, they might be out of the run for the top right now, but they continue to do damage now. PO falls down. Remember, if they fall here, more placement points go in the hand of Meta. It's going to be difficult, and they fall down. Down goes Gen.G. 3 points now for Silson to try and claim the top. Reverses down the field. Is he inside the circle? No, nowhere near. Keep driving, Silson. Keep driving. He's caught in the rock. How does he get away from here alive? No smokes, nothing to work with. Oh my lord, Silson, you need to deliver a miracle in order to earn yourself 3 points here.
There's another whole circumstance when we look towards this, is the fact that DXG has pushed out Sonics from the top 4. And they are still working their way up slowly. DA's made a lot of noise. He's knocked 1. Can you knock any more? You have to hold it. No! He's done. He's dusted. He's out. And now we will see the top of the table. But let's let this unfold first, because I want to see. This isn't over until it's over. DXG, what is left in the tank? The push comes through. Tianba on the left-hand side. Neil finds him. First target down. There's a response IQ 500. But Lorena, relentless as ever from the sidelines. And it's job done. DXG is down. Oh, my word, Tianba. Is there enough?
They get second if they win this. They should anyway. It's 4 points, 3 kills available, and 2 placement points. They should be able to get second. At least. We'll see if they can get the rest up. Should be possible. DA not overcommitting. They know they got the circle. They know they can wait it on the outside. And for DA's sake, can DA? You know what? I'm just not going to do the math here. It doesn't make any sense for me. I'm not sure if DA can get into the top 4, even if they take down Tianba here. But it's going to be close. It's going to be 1 or 2 point close, Rich. This right here could be a fight for the top. But one thing it's guaranteed, it's going to be a fight for a hell of a lot of money. 3v3, DA got the circle. Tianba, no smokes, no nothing. It's on you to make the move.
In the last few minutes, we've seen 4th position switch places twice. For Tianba, it's every single kill that comes out here, every single placement point. It's quite literally $100,000 per frag that they do. With all the teams to be in this final matchup, it has to be DA. Okay, damage spotted, but no target, no point found just yet. M200. Yeah, this is going to be so difficult. Like, there was, you know, we've seen individual skill, Toby, but DA just controls his circle.
Do they deny? That would I can't make my mind up on this one. Tianba, it seems so, and like they have no smokes. It seems impossible for them to get out of here alive. And with the score being this close, if they lose to DA, if they lose the spot because they lose 3 players to DA and they fall out of top 4, Smash finds one more. It's just Minx left alive. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. 10 kills. One more tag comes in. Blue is gonna be on Tianba. Minx, you're in it. You're in it. 8 first aids. There's gonna be nothing happening. DA is gonna win it. I'm not sure it's gonna be enough. It is! It is! They win a tie! They get the spot on a tie! They beat them out! DA beat Tianba!
DA jumps in, but it's Gen G who are jumping for joy. Week 5 weekly final winners. They've not had a weekly final championship thus far. They've been close twice before. But what a time. What a time to step up to the plate. $700,000 from the gods of old. They've done it. And this is only a show, Toby. This is only a showing of what we've got to come next week. What an absolute formidable show of PUBG we have seen today. This has been one of the most exciting, one of the most anticipated, one of the closest finals we have ever seen throughout PUBG history. That is truly, truly what PUBG is all about. For now, from me and Toby, we'll say thank you very much. We hope you've had a phenomenal weekend. That is just insane. It's been insane. Steve, guys on the desk, give me your thoughts.
Thank you very much, Rich and Toby. Heck of a game. My thoughts are it was wild. We've got Gen G comes out with the win. That deny that we saw may have been the difference in $300,000. And then on top of that, Meta, who was in 9th coming into this match, and I think 12th the game before that, looks like they're going to get paid. This is what PUBG Battle Royale is all about, Martin.
Oh, this is insane. Like, Gen G coming up for this after getting hunted in game 1. Current amount 63,000 plus 300,000 for first place. And it's gonna pling in 500 more. Oh my god, are you kidding me? They're gonna be on 880,000 total. No way.
Wow.
That is a staggering amount of money to win.
Gentlemen, not only is it north of $850,000, $880, $397, but the dream, the insurance, as you talked about earlier, Martin, of potentially winning the entire thing, even if they don't get first place next week, is on the table.
Right, exactly. So this whole idea with them winning this week means that they could potentially not have to win next week to win the whole thing. You need to have the most money, right? So if they get 4th or 3rd next week, I hope they win, honestly, out of this performance. But if they get 3rd or 4th next week, they could potentially secure themselves the tournament championship with the most money won, due to the fact that there's so much money in the line in 3rd or 4th, and they won this week. So that is amazing.
That is amazing. This game was amazing. This day was amazing. We're going to show you the whole scoreboard, but I'm just going to go ahead and just leak it right now. Meta, who came in to this match in 9th place, Godspeed, I think they were sub 12 earlier with 3 left to play. They're going to be in 2nd.
Oh man, I'm so hyped for Meta, man. They absolutely, I'm gonna kind of skip over the highlights and just praise Meta. Obviously, congratulations to Gen G. I agree with Martin wholeheartedly, 100%. They earned it, and if they go on to win the event, great. You know, they're obviously one of the best teams, but Meta, for me, the heroic, please, can we talk about the heroic efforts of Silson and Sparky, man? It was so out of control. They held off the Southeast from Petrichor. They helped with MCG. They helped with the other team coming on infantry. They started taking shots at DA. I mean, it was bonkers how well those 2 players, the remaining 2 players of Meta and Silson and Sparking, played in this game, and they absolutely deserve what they got.
For sure, the effort to coming into this, they have 30 kills in the last 3 games, a third, and a 4th. The consistency coming out of that is just absolutely insane. They deserve this so much. Fragging out as well. It's been insane to see how well they've been able to shape up with this, with a substitute player that does not even speak one of the normal languages that they speak. That's insane to see.
Exactly. Absolutely, and that was so hard. And then also the presence of mind, though, to deny really is kind of what saved Gen G in the end here. And Tiamba, they sat in that compound. They had their little duel there. DXG, I honestly feel like has to get a lot of credit as well. We'll get to DA, I promise. But DXG came in their first weekly finals. It's really sad because I wonder what they could have done had they played like this in the previous weeks, just getting here. And then DA, Steve.
Here's the thing. I know, and I want to talk about this because that deny was intense. But here's the reality. At the end of the day, DA will finish with 69 points. Tiamba will finish with 69 points. DA has 41 kills. Tiamba has 41 kills. It's going to come down to the tiebreak. I'm not going to say anything until we have our judges do the tallies and go through all the tiebreaker rules. But that moment, that deny, the foresight to do it, Martin, was absolutely massive. Here's another one, though. Gen G takes first place. And in doing that, Kylaris has confirmed for me, he's done the research in the background. Gen G, as a PUBG organization, has just surpassed $3 million and earned prize money, which is wild to think about.
It's not bad.
Martin, that's a lot I just put on a plate for you.
Yeah, that's a lot to swallow, and and I know. Remember, Loki before going into this, he had surpassed $710,000 himself. So putting another top on that with $880,000 to share in between him and the players and the organization is just insane. Minx, though, what a valiant effort. Tiamba had such a rough time trying to defend this compound. DXJ really put a spanner in the works for that one. That was crazy.
All right, I hear we have an interview with our winners. I can't wait to see what they've got to say.
Week 5. Probably one of the most intense 10 matches that we have. And our final winners for today was Gen G. Congratulations. Congratulations so much to you, Esther. I think it must have been really hard today for you guys to believe at the end of the match that you guys came out as the final winners. Does it feel real to you right now? It only feels real now that we're standing here, because it seemed like it was going to be a really hard match today, but I think we were really good enough and we deserve this position. I think watching the 10th match was so intense that I was exhausted at the end of it. The top 4 teams between you guys, it was some really intense competition. How did you guys decide each time to strategize all the games? We all believed that we would be able to do it with our performance skills, and so we just trusted in ourselves more. For Anonix, how are you feeling right now? It feels so good. Gen G, in this weekly finals, you guys have won today without winning a single chicken dinner from all the 10 matches. And each match was really difficult. And on average, you guys have taken 7.6 points per match. Where do you guys think you guys got this skill? In my opinion, I would really like to give all the credit to PO and Loki and Esther and myself as well. It was the perfect 4-person team. You guys have about $100,000 in your prize money. And an interview with Pio in the 9th match. If you had not brought Gen G up to number 2, I think your final win would have been hard. How are your arms and legs doing? I think I wanted to eliminate all of T1 and MCG, but I judged that if I just stayed still, then the other teams would eliminate themselves. But I was mad that I was eliminated at the end because I really was confident that I was able to win. But I was definitely really nervous and used all my ammunition. So once you guys were up against Enterforce 36, you were the last player left. And almost for 10 minutes, you were crawling around. But you say you were confident that you were going to win the chicken dinner. I knew that was going to be hard. But I wanted to eliminate 3 of the players in front of me, and I definitely saw a possibility in that. It was almost as if you were the same team as T1, the way you were staying behind them. What were you thinking when T1 was shooting at a meta circle and they were against each other? I definitely knew that T1 would eliminate meta for me. I think not only you, PO, but all 4 of you have shown a perfect performance today. Loki, congratulations to you too. At the end of the last match, you looked like you couldn't believe what had just happened. And today's matches, you had to really calculate each point because every point counts. How did you calculate that, and did you not feel pressure? There was definitely a lot of pressure for us to calculate each point, but we knew that, and our coach also said that we would just continue what we've been doing, and our coach believed in us, and I think that really turned out well today. I'm sure a lot of your fans and everyone else was watching this game just as nervous as I had been. And you guys also ranked #1 in the Pick'em challenge. And that's how much the whole world and your fans have been believing in you. Do you want to give a shout out to your fans? We've always shown up for you guys, so thank you so much for supporting us. So there's 1 week left of this tournament. And yes, today was a huge prize pool, but next week is an even bigger one. Really looking forward to how you guys are going to be preparing for this last week. I'm sure this 8-week-long tournament was really tiring on you guys. How was it? It was definitely not easy, but we're going to practice just as we have until now, preparing for next week. And if we've made any mistakes, we're going to work on those as well. And I believe that our team were stronger up against higher and more expensive prize monies. And lastly, Loki, if you want to say something to your teammates. There were a lot of things that happened within our team when PGI.S first started. And PO was great. And Esther was great too. But I think, I definitely believe that because we were one team together, I want to say thank you to Esther for joining us. Thank you so much. Congratulations so much on your win.
자, 이렇게 해서 5주차 위클리 파이널에서 우승을 차지한 젠지.
Congratulations to Gen G. As you look at the board, you're going to see the final standings. We got a lot to talk about, so we're going to leave it up for just a minute. 76, and Gen G takes home the north of $700,000 for first. Meta climbs their way from below the cutoff of 10 all the way to second to take home a massive prize of 300 with crowdfunding included. Infantry in third, and then Digital Athletics beats Tiamba. They tied in kills, they tied in points. Martin, explain why DA gets the cash and Tiamba gets nothing.
So the first tiebreaker is, of course, kills, and because they're even. we go down to the next tiebreaker, and that is the best game, the most points in a single game. And DA had a 10-kill win in the last game, and Tianba had a 9-kill win in one of the previous games. So DA wins this last game by that kill, those kills on Tianba, and that win. So that is crazy.
Now, let's break this out a little bit more to understand the true heartbreak of Tianba, Godspeed. Tianba goes into that last fight. They clean up DXG. They've got 3, I believe, standing. Right? Was it 3, Martin, or was it 4?
It was 3.
3.
It was a 3-on-3.
3 standing. 4 members of DA across the field. They have a choice. Take the fight or don't. If they take the fight and win, they get second place for $300,000 after crowdfunding. If they lose, like they did, they get nothing. Godspeed, what a choice to make.
It was really just rough, as well as the circle. The circle kind of dictated that, and the fact that because Tiana had spent so much time fighting DXG in that compound using a lot of utility, I don't think they had a lot of smokes. I don't think they had a lot of utility left, period. A lot of lethal utility like frags. And ultimately, it was DA. They came off that west side and they just controlled Tiama. They had no choice other than to either take the gunfights, or as the last member of Tiama did, deny the point. And that's what they decided to do.
Absolutely wild. Gentlemen, I don't know that I've seen a final like this. It was crazy. I gotta give love. We all love Gen G. I gotta give love to Martin. He picked the winner. At the start of this, at the start of today, I was cocky and bragging about VP, and you guys got less performances. And then Martin comes out with the Gen G win bin, and you almost got there with Sonics. What's up, Godspeed? You got something to say?
I'm just gonna say, picking former world champions is not exactly the you know,
true,
very risque type of choice. But yes, to Martin's credit, he did choose them. And they won. Martin also has a big brain though, so I can't hate.
Absolute 5-head. No, I think with this as well. I mean, after last week's performance, like this is week 4, they got 15th with 30 points, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
I was actually and based on their performance and everything, they had two third places. So in general, I was hoping to see them do better, and them also being one of the 3 teams. Only 3 teams have made it to all 5 weeks. I sincerely hope that they make it to next week as well.
All right, and you know, we're about to wrap up. All we have, talking is never gonna top what we just saw. But you need to know, next week it's even bigger. It's even crazier. There's even more money on the line. But before we log out for the day, I want to give the 2 gentlemen next to me a final chance to get their final thoughts out there. We're going to start with Godspeed, because the man who picked Gen G deserves the last word when it comes to final thoughts. Godspeed, yours?
And that's fine. He's going to get it. Look, heartbreaking for Sonics. They were so close. But ultimately, Gen G absolutely deserved it. I'm through the roof and through the moon, really. I don't even know if that's the right saying. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. But I love that Meta got second, and I'm very happy as well that DA got 4th. I think both of those teams have been working towards this, growing, and man, what a performance. 1 more week to go.
Martin?
This has been an ecstatic weekend, honestly, and considering that this is the second last weekend, I can't imagine how next week is gonna be. Like, it's gonna be insane. Obviously, super happy to see the performances. Super happy to see Meta, kind of a dark horse pick for me. But to see these guys pop off with Wicked as a substitute, not being able to speak their normal native tongue, coming into this, really ecstatic and thrilled for that. Super performances from Intro Tier again, and DA to come into this. Heartbroken for Tianba, honestly. That they had an amazing performance this weekend. They deserve to get into the prize as well.
They deserve it. Don't be too hard on them on social media, because they are going to be absolutely kicking themselves. Shout out to Meta for a massive comeback, and shout out to the game that was so intense it broke my internet service provider and turned me to pixels. It was phenomenal to watch. It was exciting to see. And next week we are back with a first place prize based on crowdfunding projections of over $1 million for first, 500,000 for second, and 300,000 most likely for third and fourth. It is going to be one of the greatest weeks in PUBG history. be there so you can tell everyone about it, not hear about it. And until we see you next time, play more PUBG.